Hello, everybody. This is the Monstrositus one, Monstrositus X. And let's see what we have here today. I came here to talk about, we came here to talk about how 90 to 95% of what astrologers say, astrophysicists, whatever you want to put it, how it's doo-doo squat for all of you Josie Whale fans. Ain't nothing but doo-doo squat. And I showed a little bit of that last week. So I want to get back to that today. And we're probably going to do that again next week too, because there's a few people that I've found on Joe Rogan's show. He loves these guys, and I love them too. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't have half of the stories that I've written for my comic books and stuff if it wasn't for astrophysicists and their stories. So I love you guys, but what y'all say is bullshit. Y'all say it. You basically tell us every time you open your mouth. You say, I'm lying, but this is the truth. But I'm lying. I'm lying, but this is the truth. But I'm lying. And that's the thing that just bugs me. I don't like when somebody insults my intelligence. So I know I'm not no brainiac, but I'm not a dumbass either. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want nobody insulting me. And after years of watching these shows, and one day it just caught on to me, man. Yo, what the hell? Hold on, this doesn't make sense. They're saying something wrong here. And then I put it together. They keep saying that if, maybe, but stuff, and maybe one day it should, if we could. And hold on, but y'all basing this stuff on stuff that y'all been saying maybe, should, and could have a while ago. So, like the theory of light and gravity and all of that stuff, if you're saying maybe, and then half of your equations that you use to come up with new equations are all based on these maybes, how the fuck do you get to these other equations that's built on this? Like the Big Bang Theory. Big Bang Theory, these guys come up with all kinds of, hold on, I'm gonna have to pull this up because there's a few things that I've been taking a look at. And shutting up. Just checking to make sure I was live, because last week on story time, my stream got taken down because I said nigger. And this is something else I want to talk about. I have to bring up, I'm going to have to pull that up too, because the only thing is going to be difficult for me to do that, because as soon as I switch over to that other account, or maybe I'll be able to look in from the outside, which would be even better. So anyway, these guys, they always saying, yeah. And I should have had it. I was running late. I had to go to the bathroom. I ran downstairs, came back up, but I didn't have time to pull up the Rogan stuff. So let me see the history, because I want to pull up exactly what I was watching. Let me see, Rogan, and I forget the guy's name he had on the last time. Here he is. Now, the last time I watched this old guy, I think I'm going to save the old guy, Sir Roger Penrose, because the old guy, he just let this guy talk. He just let him talk, and that's all he said was, hamana. And he even let Joe, he even let Joe make up shit and say, yeah. Go ahead, make that shit up, man. That's right. I was having a little trouble here with what I was coming up with next. It just made me laugh so hard, man. So I'm gonna have to show that one. We'll do the other dude and what's his name, Tyson, the week after. But this is the basis, and you got to understand, this is a lot of things that we base our lives around, and our reality around. So that's what I'm saying. You're gonna hear me talking about how people use words to fuck with your head and mess with you, because I'm going to be bringing up something else. We're going to touch on a few things. We're going to talk about some Peggies. We've been watching the whole thing that dropped with Preston Pushton Pullman. Sorry, I don't want to mention no names. With Preston Pullman. So ever since then, you know, I haven't, like I said, you haven't seen me get into any real debates with anybody. I kept to myself, minding my business. So yeah, this is, let me share first. Let me get the share. So, yeah. So anyway, I was on my stream. I was just doing some typing because nobody came into the stream, so I was there typing up the story as for the bounty hunters, and I was typing up all of the things that was coming through my head that I could put in for plot lines and stuff that we can, you know, build off of. And so I started humming and singing, and I got to Biggie, and you know, the whole, who the fuck is this? Paging me at 5:46 in the morning, crack of dawn, and now I'm yawning, wipe the coal out my eyes. Ha! See, who's this paging me and why? You know, and then I got the instrument nigga Pop from the gambler. From the barbershop told me he was in the gambler spot and heard the intricate plot. So I might get struck again here, but I don't know. This site, they already know that I said the word nigga all of the time. So I said I was a black man. I'm a black man. So I guess they already had me marked. So they never struck me for saying the word nigga. So the other side, I just started. So I go on my stream and I'm singing, this my nigga Pop from the barbershop told me he was in the gambler spot and heard the intricate plot. And niggas trying to stick me like, oh, I fly paper, you know. So I thought they was getting me for the singing the song, because I was singing a few songs. So I thought they was catching me for singing. I forgot all about the whole thing until I saw this whole black initiative garbage. YouTube is on with this bullshit. Oh man. So now everybody who says anything even slightly derogatory against a black man, you're gonna go after their channel and start flagging them and doing all kinds of idiot shit. Because I know, because I did it. They pulled down my stream, man. Oh man, I'm gonna pull that up. I'm gonna pull that up too. Hold on. Let me pull that up so I can share it all at the same time. Let me pull it all up. Let me see. Goddamned DDOMNED GO. There it is, right there. It's in the search already. I guess that's their initiative, because I'm gonna show you what happened. And I wish I would have screen grabbed everything. See, I gotta start as a YouTuber. You gotta learn to screen grab shit so that you can use it later, so you can have proof of everything that you said and did. So I'm learning, people. I'm learning. I'm getting there. So anyway, I was on there. I got 2 subscribers, so subscribe over there, people, if you want to get down. Subscribe. Please help me get my channels up. I need this. So here it is. Here it is. It's got to be at the end because I let it run for a while, unless they cut it. Yeah, they cut it. They cut out all that dark hair. Oh, they bastards. Hold on. I'm gonna share. Let me share. That's messed up. You see how they are? That's wrong. I should have screen grabbed all of that black air that I saw on my screen where it says this stream is not available. So they cut it from the point, but they didn't let it go on where I was still talking in the background. I should have screen grabbed it where it said this is no longer available. This is that garbage, man. This is that garbage. Let me see. Story time. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Now, I was showing off my characters. Oh, it was an excitement. It was a quality, low budget movie. Do my thumbnails, even though I death metal guys, the guys who always want to make rules. I don't know what I was talking about. I don't know where it was where I was singing, but it took them a while. Aggressive. It took them a while to get to cut it. So that's why I didn't know what I did. I didn't understand what I had done wrong. I don't know where I was singing. All of these different types. I think it was on the stream. Fuck Marvel and DC. If they want to close shop, idiot. And if you want to keep making rules, then bye. Yeah, I was talking about how Liam, I don't understand why people like to come in and start making rules. We're free. We're free. We're free to do what we want and make comics. And then people want to come in and start saying, well, yo, you can't do this and you can't do that. Why? What are you talking about? We're free, and you're trying to put limitations on us and lock us down so that because you say so, because you have some new idea. This is Comicsgate. We're free. And what now you want to make, that's what happened to the United States. Every time you make laws and you talk about civil rights, you're talking about how how much of a slave how much of a slave do you want to be? I have rights. There's no paper, not the Declaration of Independence, not the Bill of Civil Rights, none of that shit that can encompass your freedom. That's period. This is the matrix that you believe that a piece of paper can give you freedom. Freedom is either you have it or you don't. People make laws, you don't have freedom because that says you can't do it. As soon as you make a law, it says you can't do something. Oops, that's your freedom. Gone. Oh, I'm willing to give away this amount of my freedom because I can feel safe. Yeah, I'd rather have all of my freedoms and leave my safety to me. See, y'all don't know what real freedom is. Y'all really don't. Most people who've never lived outside the law don't know what freedom is because y'all have always been, y'all have this illusion. That's why y'all like stories and all of this stuff, because it helps y'all keep this illusion of your sense of freedom. But that's not what freedom is. You look at any, Joe Rogan was also showing how chimpanzees kill other monkeys, primates. This is the same thing, man. We kill each other. This is our freedom. This is our liberty as creatures of the earth. I have just as much freedom and right to go out and kill any person. And I'm not telling anybody, don't get me wrong. I'm not being an idiot. I'm just saying, if I chose to, I could go out and murder any fool I wanted to. Anytime I wanted to. Nobody could stop me. That's my freedom. They can only get me after the fact. That's it. My freedom as a being of this planet, I can do whatever I choose to do. There's no law that can stop me. And that's freedom. You telling me a low animal that's supposed to be considered lower than me has more freedom than me? This is delusion. And anybody who says otherwise is so attached to the matrix. Just like in the story, we could talk about the movie. We could talk about the reality of your reality. just like in the Matrix. And if I'm going to be getting all of those clips because I found out that John Malin and all of them said that you could put a certain size clip. And those clips are pretty big. These clips are pretty big. Them shits go on for a little while. So 20-something seconds is a long time. So I have a bunch of stuff about the Matrix and turning people into this. Well, I got a bag of money. I put that all in, but I couldn't get the shit in there. So, yeah. So one of these, I'm gonna get it all together. I'm gonna get it right. I'll get it right. Right. So yeah. So anyway, I was showing it. I know I said I was singing Biggie. I think it was this stream. I think it was this because I don't remember doing any drawing streams lately where I would have time. I think it was in between trying to find something. And I was talking about Biggie. I was singing some Biggie. And I said something and they cut my stream. His power. They're like Twitter and ask for help from Comicsgate. People are gonna be ready to help you, all of this stuff like that. And so yeah, I was like, so I'm full speed ahead, all guns are blazing, and I'm trying to just draw every day, whether it be on the computer or on I gotta show y'all what I did because I had some of those. I have like 300 or 400 of those advertisements from inside the buses. Yeah, I used to bring them home. I used to bring home like 100 here. All right, I don't need to hear all of that shit. I'm trying to get to the end where they just cut me off. And as you can see that it was clear cutoff. I would just go to the black screen, but inside the buses, they cut that off. Bring them home. I used to bring home like 100 here, 100 there. And so I'm not at 100 at a time, maybe 50, 60. Yeah, so yeah, I was talking about how I brought home all of these drawings that I'm showing are on the back of advertisements because I love the texture of the cardboard. It's nice, thick, and heavy. And if I was going to be putting drawing notepads in my book, them shits would have got shredded. Thin paper, the cover not that good. It's about as thick as these cardboards, maybe a little bit thicker, but they would get eventually ripped off. So I said, why destroy my book when I can make some makeshift drawing shit? So one night I was hanging out, usually I go out, we worked on the buses at night. So there's no bosses there. I was my own boss. I go out when I want. I go smoke when I want. Drink a 40 when I want. Buy some, especially when it's cold, I go get me a nip, some Jack or some Hennessy or something that'll keep me warm when I'm out there in the cold because the doors are open in them depots and the place gets cold. Some of them keep the heat blasting and it gets kind of, but they're big open spaces and tall ceilings, so the heat goes up, so you still wind up being a little cold. So you go get something to eat, some Chinese food, whatever, which I know there's a lot of people I know there's a lot of people saying stay away from that shit now. But get some whatever, pizza, whatever, and bring it back to the bus, chill out, and hang. And then there's nobody around because sometimes they have 2 people, 3 people in the bus. You sit, talk, or I be by myself. I draw, so I would I'd pull a few clean boards out the pack because they have a locker, so they'd have stacks of old signs, sometimes new signs that's left over, and I just pull out a few, 10, 20 there, 10, 20 there, and I'd fold them up, and I put the white parts to the white parts so that the ink from the front doesn't get on the white part. So if it's white to white, there's nothing gonna fuck up the drawing or stain the white parts of the sign. So I'd find everything that's clean, put them face to face, and then I'd fold them in half and make a book out of it, fold up book. And because they were 11 by 28, 11 inches by 28 inches. So I know this is something I'm going to be doing on my art channel, but I got a little time. I'm going to get through it quick. So anyway, that's what I was using for drawing. All of these sketches were done on a subway. All of them. Most of them, yeah, because I hardly drew it when I was at home. So I was out hanging out and doing stuff like that. So when I was getting it back in the 90s, I started getting back in my drawing again and started creating all of these characters that I had in my head, and actually bringing them into fruition, as you might say, starting to design them. And this was the first drawing I did of Turnbull, and then I did the next one and went on. And then I was talking about how I cut up these signs. I still have some signs left, so I've been cutting them up so that I can use to practice with, because I don't have a whole lot of cash to be spending right now on. But I did buy about 100 professional from Amazon. I don't know if they're the high grade ones that the real artists use, the like EVS in them. I don't know if I have that grade of paper, but I did buy some. Well, they gave it all 5 stars, but you never know with Amazon. So anyway, I got about 5 of those. Then I got maybe 5 or 6 of those. I might have got more because I wanted to make sure I had enough to get my book, and I know my book is going to be at least 110. So, and then I have some red, blue line. I think from Marvel or DC. I think it was Marvel that I bought from back in the day when I was in the 90s. I started doing. I'm going to do a video about all of that. I still got the little thumbnails that I was doing, and the little I was putting dialogue for each panel that I did. I had dialogue written on another separate page. I put first page, first panel, and then I put dialogue. So I write dialogue. That's it. First page, book 1, first page, first panel. And then I would go through each panel and I would write down the little stuff. So I didn't know professionally how to do it, but I was figuring it out for myself. I was trying to put 2 and 2 together. This way it makes sense to me. I got to come up with some way of drawing up the things that I want to put in my book so that I could come up with 20-something pages, and I have to like map it out so that I should do another. All I'm saying, I'm gonna do another. I'm interrupting this. I shouldn't be mixing the streams. All I'm saying is that I cut all of those signs into 11 by 17s, and what's left over is 11 by 11s, 11 by 28. You cut off 11. So I've been using those and to sketch on, and to get my sketching skills back to where because I forgot how to draw hands. And that was one of the things that I love to do. I used to do that with no problem. But I used to have this fast shortcut to throwing them together with the quickness. And I kind of forgot it. So I was practicing, and it came right back. It's not a problem. So I start cutting all of these signs so that I'd have professional dimensions, 11 by 17, and I have 11 by 14s. I cut some of them in half, and then I have those 11 by 11. So I could do those different sizes. And then I got bus maps. So those are 21 by 20s or 22 by 21s, something like that. So I can do drawings on the back of those too. So I'm going to be using everything I got in my arsenal. I got large paper pads that I bought years ago and barely used, because I intended to do a whole lot of drawing. I started doing it all for my Stone God story, and then I was going to move over to my Twin Assassin story, because those two are my heart. Those are my stories that I put so much into, but now I have others that I put because that's all I had left. Back around 2008, 2009, I kind of left the computer alone. My computer kind of froze up on me. I thought I had caught the blue screen of death, but it was just some kind of virus. But since I hadn't turned it on in a while, now I seem to be able to, the virus must have ran out its lifespan, and so it's still real slow, but it doesn't seem like I can't get into stuff like before. I couldn't get into anything. So now I went on there and pulled off all of my drawings and all of the stuff that I was doing when I was trying to learn Photoshop. And I still need to learn a lot. So I was on the computer all the time. So now I'm getting back to that. I'm trying to get back on the computer all the time and get back to my drawing all the time. So that's all I was trying to say. So anyway, I was right in the middle of that when they cut me off. Something like that. Depends on how many I can find with clean backs, because sometimes the ink from the front sign would rub off on the back, or the ink from the front of the sign would rub off onto the back of the sign, and I cared more about the back of the sign. Fuck that shit on the front. So I care more about the clean. See, they just killed my stream. They just killed it for no reason, and that shit just pissed me off. That shit just pissed me off. And so I started up a new stream. It took me a while, but in that meanwhile, I had contacted them. I sent some feedback. It says send feedback at the bottom of the page when you're in your studio. So I sent back some feedback. I had told them that I don't know what I did wrong. Y'all don't tell nobody anything. All y'all do is punish people. You don't say this. They say, oh, you violated our agreement. Where did I violate? I just was singing and talking about story time. That's all I did. And my characters, what the fuck did I do? So then later on, I see some people talking about how there's this new initiative to push black artists, $100 million and all of this crap that push black artists. So I go back into the feed and I tell them, oh, maybe I said nigga. Oh, that's what it was. Oh, so I went back in and I told them, listen, y'all struck me because y'all pulled my stream because I said nigga, and I wrote it out for them. Because I say it all the time on Indigenous Monstrosity. I am Monstrositus X. I'm the black man. I am Dark Bat. Look at the picture. Come on, bright people. I'm not looking for none of your money. Just leave me the fuck alone. I pulled the fuck out. I pulled that out because I said this is supposed to be a business. Let me talk to them respectfully. So I pulled all of the fucks out. That sounds like I was fucking them, right? Oh, shit. So anyway, I'm looking for this push. I'm a black artist. I told them all I want to do is put out my comic book, build my channel, and put out my comic book. So I was saying thank you to Dan Frager, because my shit was jumping up. I was on his show a couple of times, and I was on EVS's show. So since then, I jumped up from like 18, 19 to like 32 in subscriptions. So in subs. So I'm like, thank you, Dan. Thank you. But now I'm thinking maybe YouTube might have, I don't know. I know I don't have the politics that they're looking for. I know that shit. But I told them, hell, I'm a black artist. What's up? Just leave me alone. Try to help me if you want to do something, you know? And then all of a sudden, it was back up. They released the video. They released the video and put it back up. So I had to go back and tell them, yeah, I'm one of them niggas. And then they released my video. I was like, oh, come on, man. That's fucked up. So I understand, man. I understand because, and when I'm saying I understand, because it's kind of fucked up. It's kind of fucked up. It's got to be fucked up to see that I can get away with saying something which everybody can't. It's kind of fucked up. But I understand for YouTube, and I understand for black folks, because in the real world, see, but from where I'm from, we didn't have no internet. So if somebody called me out my name, it had to be face to face. He wasn't going to write me no letters, mail it to my house, all of that craziness. There was no CODs, none of that crap. So if you said it, it had to be to my face, mano y mano. So if I ain't like what you said and I decided to pop you one, that was how it went down. Fuck getting police involved. If it's just me, hand to hand, man to man, then there shouldn't be a problem. Long as I'm just trying to pop you, because mostly that's what it be. I pop you, you either hit the ground or you run away crying or whatever. But if you choose to make a issue out of it, then got to show them what them paws be about. Then we just got to show you what these paws be about. So, hey, I'm willing. And like I said, you got to bring ass to get ass. So I'm willing to take mine. Willing to take my L. So anyway, as long as I can teach you, but you got the right to say whatever the fuck you want. You just got to be prepared for them repercussions and consequences. Like they said, if anybody going to come and take my cornbread, second part of my killing spree going to start up in this motherfucker. At least he didn't take my cornbread, Claude. Yeah, so, yeah. Like and subscribe, please, if y'all like what is going down, because this is how I'm going to try and make it happy and fun. Keep it light, but I'm going to tell y'all the truth while I'm doing it. So, yeah. Let us move on. Yeah, so if a man wants to be a man, and that's with anybody, I was raised to believe if you man enough to step up, if you man enough to step up to a man, then you man enough to get knocked down. And that's for all of you freedom fighters out there today that's talking about this lib and that lib and all of this. Yeah. If you man enough to step up to a man, then you have a right to get knocked the fuck down like a man. That's all is to it. I've never put my hands on how should I put it? The more man, I'm tongue-tied. That's not me. That's not me, people. I'm telling you. But I've never been one to put my hands on a woman, right? Never in my life has it ever happened, not in an aggressive manner. Well, one time, but that's because she slapped me first. And I held her hands, and that was years and years ago. I was about 20. Maybe a little bit younger, maybe not. And she slapped me, and I said, "Don't you ever fucking slap me again, especially in my face. Get the fuck out of here. Don't you ever hit me again. You not my mother. The only person who can hit me is my mother. The fuck out of here, right?" So I held her hands behind her back, and I slapped her in the face, and not hard, just a lot of irritating, a lot of irritating slaps like this. Now I was against my own face, but yeah, just like taps like that. But it was irritating, a bunch of them. I must have popped them like 20-something, 30-something times. It was just to say, don't hit me, man. I will never hit you. Do not hit me. If you want to keep it just the same way like the dozens, and we're going to go to the dozens because the dozens, I had these Peggies 2 days ago attack me because I said something to Ro about blackness. He got some blackness thing that he got in his campaign. And I took offense, right? Because I seen what he did with Anna, and it's part of the Matrix because it's the reality of war campaign. I don't know what Roe's all about. I don't know. I usually stay out of all of this stuff. I seen all of what went down with Anna, and I didn't like it, but I stayed out of it. It wasn't my problem. She has her friends. She got EVS, she got Cecil, and all of them. So I will get to that. So I stayed out of it. But I talked to Roe about that blackness shit, and he didn't say nothing. But Testicle and all of his little peg buddies came running up in there talking about Anna's black now? Really? Like you caught the right one, baby. Y'all a war campaign. I'm warlord, baby. I lived that life. I lived that life. I was raised playing the dozens. So y'all want to play? You want to play? Chucky wants to play. I want to play. No. That wasn't Chucky. That was virtuosity. I want to play. Get in here. I want to play. Yeah, get up in here, bitch. I will start a stream just for y'all pegged ass motherfuckers. Come on up in here and we'll play the dozens. We'll play the dozens, and I'll lay down the rules and let you know that there are no rules. The rules is what you make them. If you don't want me to talk about your mom, then don't talk about mine. Don't say you live in your mom's basement, because as soon as you mention my mom, then that's open season on yours. I'm just telling you, that's how it goes. You mention my mom, in any form or fashion, then I get to mention your mom in every form and fashion. So do not mention my mom, and I won't mention yours. And it's the same thing with any other topic, race, whatever. You don't want me talking about, and it's just between me and that individual. I don't hate nobody, and if he says something derogatory towards me, I'm not going to take it that he hates all of my people, So that's not what this is about. This is about who can be funnier. So I'll have two people with me, whoever wants to come in, because I don't have too many YouTube friends right now, just for the laugh track. Because without the laughter to show you that you're telling corny ass jokes and you getting roasted within an inch of your life, that's what the dozens is. It's ruthless. It don't give a shit. If you make the rules, I will roast you within an inch of your life. And I'm going to show you that, because this is the Matrix Doctrine. And I'm going to show you how these people in war campaign is talking about how they're fighting for the small YouTuber and for the small creator. Well, I'm as small as they get. I got 32 subs, 2 subs on Goddamn Comics, and maybe 40 followers on Twitter. And I had 3, 4, 5 of them trying to jump me, and I pegged all of their asses. They got pegged right to the wall, Burke. I mean, peg right to the wall. For all of you Aliens fans, I got to get all of these clips and put it in so that y'all can get it. I'm going to have all of them. See, and I'm creating new terms. They're a bunch of peggies. We got peg leg, testicle. There's another dude called PC's twin. That's Peggy. That's Peggy. And then you got the Peglets. Peggy and the Peglets from back in the 60s and 50s when they had all of those groups, like the Roundelettes and all of that stuff. Yeah, that's Peggy and the Peglets. So all of them, they tried to jump on me, and I just knocked them back left. I was throwing bows left and right, and you should have seen them flying back through the air. Boop, throwing the bows. Throw them bows. Ha, ha. Get back. You don't know me like that. Get back. You don't know me like that. I was throwing them bows, right? So knocking them fools back, and Testicle, he threw up the white flag right away. He threw up the white flag right away. Yeah, you should have seen it. Hold on, I can show it to you now that I'm talking about it so much. We'll get to the science stuff a little later. Let's see how much time we've been in here, because it feels like we've been having fun. Yeah, it's already 43 minutes. Damn, the time is flying. Okay, let me get to it. Let me share. It's nice to share. Oh, that's the way it is. Truly, ooly is. So what we're going to do today, I think I'll share. Okay, what are we sharing? We don't need that because we're sharing Twitter. We're sharing the Twitter. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Going through the same things. Here we go again. All right. I saw this. And because Cecil put it out, I was like, I took note. He said, what a fucking clown, right? So I looked at it, and it says, you wait for us to break. We are the dawn. We are the dusk. We are the eternal blackness in the corner of your soul, black dragon. Blood does not wash out. Right away, I took offense because back in the day, see, y'all guys don't understand this because y'all got internet. We didn't have internet back in the day. We just had about 5-6 channels plus some PBS channels. You was lucky to catch anything. But back in the days, we used to catch on PBS these puppet shows like Treasure Island, and they had string puppets, and they had all the backgrounds and everything. It was spectacularly produced. And I remember those shits, and if I could get them shits on DVD, I will. I was looking it up at one point, but now I lost track of them. If I can get them, Aladdin and the 40 Thieves, all of that stuff, they had all of it. So back in the day, we didn't have all of this. So we was always skeptical of big business, always skeptical. We didn't trust anything. So we had something that we talked about called subliminal suggestion. We was afraid that they was putting it in their advertisements, trying to force us to buy things, all of this. And it's just a way of saying things kind of under your breath. Kind of subtly, like putting in flashes, one frame, your eye, your subconscious picks it up. But maybe I should put that up. Maybe I should. I'll bring it up another time or do a separate video, or I'll talk about it after, because now that I'm here, I don't want to keep bouncing back around and lose train of thought. So subliminal suggestion is when you don't really speak out loud or say what you're trying to do or show what you're trying to do. You kind of slip it in real quick, and the eye picks it up. And in this way, this is what I talk about. People use words. They tactically use words. Animals don't use words like this. Animals, they come up with their emotions right out there. They either angry at you, they scared, they want comfort, they want companionship, or they hungry, they need to piss. And if you let them run free, they'll do that without your permission. But all of the other things that human emotions are similar to animals, even dolphins and all of that, share these same types of emotions. Elephants, chimps, you name it. This is why I say if I got a problem, it's with mankind as a whole, not individuals or this set of people or that set of people. It's individuals. It's mankind as a whole, because we tend to believe all of this bullshit, and when it's right in front of your face, We're no better than any of these other creatures just because we use dialogue. We use dialogue to hurt each other. We use the same types of words that people can try and twist. And this is what this fool is doing. The same way he twisted the whole incident with Anna. And this is what happened. I'm not going to get into it right now. It's coming real fast. Blackness. He wrote it like this to isolate blackness. This is what you do when you advertise. If you want something pronounced to stick out, you make it pronounced. You pronounce it. You stick it out like a sore thumb. You hit it with a hammer. You make it bleed. You do something to make it stand out. And writing this like this is not promoting his thing. What it's making a person do is get to blackness and say, what the fuck? Especially in this age of what's going on, you're trying to associate your brand to blackness and what black people are suffering. You're trying to link your shit. All at the same time, you're attacking Anna just for being a woman artist that's trying to get hers. She put in her due. She raised her channel to where it is. She didn't ask nobody for shit. People came to her with an offer. Why should she turn it down? Why shouldn't not? And then you're going to talk about what EVS, John Malin, Cecil, and all these people are doing for her, bringing her in. Oh, now she's a comic skate girl. Get the fuck out of here. Who the fuck are you to dictate who's what? Oh, now you massa? Motherfucker. This ain't your motherfucking CG plantation, bitch. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. And now you want to try and jump on black people suffering in order to build your shit? If you're willing to use somebody's sister who can be potentially in danger, if a person is potentially in danger, this woman is online begging for people's help. If you happen to see somebody who's potentially in trouble, we suspect that this person is potentially in danger. And your fucking first thought to this potential danger is to attack a woman because you don't like her through this person's potential threat. Get the fuck out of here. And now you jumping on blackness? So I said, this is not what I said. I said, hold on. What blackness got to do? What's blackness got to do with Warp Campaign? Is Roe using black? I didn't know what he's doing. I'm asking because I know the first thing he's going to say is, where you getting this from? You're reading into it. You're reading into it. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You reading into using black people to promote your fucking black dragon bullshit? And I'm gonna show you what I'm saying. I'm not reading anything into it because this is how you would do it. I'm a creative. He's not. I am a creative. I write my own shit. I draw my own shit. I'm not asking for nobody's help, even though I was offered plenty of help by Dan Frager and everybody who was on the stream the other night. I bless you people. I love you to death. I'm Comic Skate for life. Ride till I die, baby. Ride or die till I die. So if I'm an EVSJW, you goddamn right. You goddamn right. So anyway, I'm gonna show you. This is how you do it, being a creative. You write this all in one line. Maybe you put some commas behind it. And maybe 3 dots. You want for us to break. We are the dawn. We are the dusk. Okay. I'm going to sprinkle a little bass on it. You want for us to break. You want for us to break. But if you want to put some emphasis on it, you want for us to break. We are the dawn. We are the dusk. We are the eternal darkness in the corner of your soul. Black Dragon. That's how you put that. Not you want for us to break. Because when you write it like this, you have to break it up. You have to take that second to regather your thoughts to what's coming next, because that's how he wrote it. He broke it up so it's not a single thought. It's a broken thought. Took me a while to get that all of this is supposed to be one thing, a split second. You want for us to break. We are the dawn. We are the dusk. We are the eternal blackness in the corner of the room. Who says blackness in the corner of the room? Nobody, because there is no eternal blackness. It's the eternal darkness. So you're purposefully fixing two words closely related in some forms for your sole purpose of trying to subliminally suggest. You see? You're subliminally suggest. That's why you separate it like this, so that when you get to this, you're going, we are the dawn. We are the dusk. We are the dawn. We are the dusk. We are the eternal blackness in the corner of your soul. That doesn't sound right. So you would write this differently. We are the eternal darkness in the corner of your soul. That's how you would write that, because you want them to feel that we are the eternal darkness in the corner of your soul. You want to emphasize that. That's how you want it. You want them to think that darkness. Yeah. But the eternal blackness, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? What the fuck is that supposed to mean? I've never heard of the eternal blackness. I've heard of the eternal dark. This is fucking insinuation right here. This is the innuendo. This is what you call the innuendo. See, that's another. That's from the Life in the beginning. Eddie Murphy's and Martin Lawrence Life, the movie, or it's from innuendo. Innuendo. That's a little innuendo. No, it's from I Spy. It's from I Spy. That's one of them little innuendos. That's one of them sexually driven jokes. So, yeah, this is one of these little innuendos. I know it's innuendo. I know it's innuendo, but this is one of these little innuendos. I'm telling you. So anyway, here we go with little testicle jumping in. First thing he goes is, Anna's black now? Did I say Anna's black? And he said that because I said, hold on. It took me a second, but I retweeted and I wrote this in. Hey, Ro. I went right for Ro. I don't need nobody. I don't need no team of people to have my back. Like I said, I'm a soldier, motherfucker. I'm a warlord. You call yourself War Campaign for CG? Well, I'm a warlord, motherfucker. I've been through it. I'm a roast every last one of you motherfucking War Campaign peggies. So come on, bring it. So I said, here, you like being controversial, right? Well, how about you not trying to use using black people suffering to promote your shit? What's blackness got to do with War Campaign? I saw all that shit with you and Anna, right? And that's where testicle comes in. Now you going after blackness? Who the fuck are you? And that's where War Campaigns comes in. I've never had all of this stuff in my notifications before. I usually get a little something here, a little something there when I respond, because I respond to somebody. Somebody might give a like, so it'll show up in my stream. Somebody gave a like. So EVS gave me a like here, but usually I get nothing. It's just me. It's just me. It's just me. It's just me. You know? Oh, he responded to me because I said something here. So he responded, Mike Barron. Yo, big ups, Mike Barron. He's got Nexus and he's got another project. I'm saying Nexus is supposed to be dropping with Jawbreakers. So look out for Nexus. And he's got another one. I forgot. I'm sorry. I saw him on Read Comics, They're Bad For You. So big ups for Read Comics and Chris Williams and Mike Barron. So you can see here, I have nobody in my stream, in my even I commented on Kyle Ritter. Nobody gives me no big ups. Nobody comes back. I'm a small nobody. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, here comes all of this. This is me replying, and I'm grabbing all of their shit because they can't. Once I retweet it, you can't delete it. So I started learning. But I should have just got the whole. I should have just went one behind the other and kept saving the pages. Just kept saving it. But that's okay. I'm learning. So anyway, these guys came at me with everything. And if I start leaving these little gifts and making these memes, I'm telling you, come on, Craig. I'm telling you, I will be doing so much. Shimon Peg. I will be crushing these fools. They fucking with the right one. You got the right one, baby. I'm telling you, I'm a soldier, and you gotta get it from me. Never been cool, and you better be. I'll play some fucking what's it? Destiny's Child on your ass. Come on, motherfuckers. You got the right one. I will start a special stream called The Dozens and invite y'all guys in there and roast y'all publicly. Have them all in the chat laughing at y'all asses and let y'all see how funny y'all are. Just how funny y'all are. Get roasted by a professional right off the fly. I'll make up shit about every last one of y'all peggy motherfuckers. Come on. Bring that shit. So right here, he comes in here with his, and it's black now. I said, I heard about you too. I know about you too, Testicle. I went right at him. I didn't give him no fucking break because I know how these motherfuckers operate. Like I said, I've been watching this shit go on for a while. I just been staying out of it because it had nothing to do with me. So I went at Ro, and his rotards came at me. So this is what it went down. Oh, and it's black. She don't got to be black. All she has to be is a decent individual dealing with ignorant motherfuckers like you, Testicle. And I wouldn't have said nothing if it wasn't for this shit you did last, that EVS. Wasn't playing because this was the day before yesterday. So when I saw EVS go off on your punk ass last night, that was it. I've decided to add this to the stream. So here we go. I know about you too, Testicle. And a sister is what to I was referring. I misspelled referring. I think there's another R here. And how some people carelessly operate. Now, I was giving Ro the benefit of the doubt. He did this shit on purpose with this blackness shit. He did this shit on purpose. But I'm just giving him the benefit of the doubt because I know that's the first thing he's going to say is that I'm jumping to contusions. Get the fuck out of here. I ain't hit my head, motherfucker. Ain't no contusions over here. I'm concluding right. You a fucking lowlife. That's why you concluded that Anna's sister was safe in her bed, drunk or just fucking somebody, right? You dumb fuck. I'm just saying, stop being stupid. I'm being polite about it. I'm being polite. And Testicle threw up the white flag real quick. He knew who he was fucking with. Do you want to be friends? What? And then we getting other people. Anna's sister's definitely not black now. Ignorance is truly blissful for your ass. Do you want to be friends again? Why? Do I need one? I didn't say I did say I knew about you, right? I knew about you too, right? And I laugh because I'm not a stupid motherfucker. Who the fuck you think you talking about? I'm not them SJWs. You want to call me SJW? I'm cool, baby. But I'm going to turn everything you say about me, I'm going to twist it. That's what the Dozens is all about. I will roast y'all monkey behinds. Come on to my stream. I will start a stream called The Dozens, and I will obliterate every last one of you war campaign wannabes. Come on. Come on. Shimon, Peg. Shimon. Shimon, Peg. Peg leg. Come on, baby. I love chicken. And so I says, I love pork. So what? What? Come on, let's be friends. He knew what he was dealing with. He knew what he was dealing with. I'm not the normal dude he's used to fucking with. Motherfuckers that he could break and have them crying like homeboy who quit streaming because everybody was calling them names and picking on me. Come on. Shimon Peg, come over here. Pick on me. I'm a nobody. Remember, war campaigns don't pick on nobody. Y'all are standing up. Y'all are standing up for the little guy, right? The little artist. Well, I'm as little as they come. 32 subs on this channel and 2 subs on my art channel. Shimon Craig, Shimon Peg, come on over here. Bring your ass on down here. Come on. Y'all want to stand up? Help me build my channel. Shimon, come on to the Dozens. Bring your ass onto the Dozens. I already gave you the rules. Come on. Shimon. What? I'm too witty for you? I laughed at him. Negative, yeah. But he ain't got nothing to say no more. He ain't got nothing to say. He was talking all of this shit, but because I wouldn't let him take it to no Anna shit, he was expecting me to go. No, Anna got her champions. Anna got her champions. They already stood up for her, but I'm standing up for me, bitch. Come on, Shimon Peg, Shimon. So he gave in. He threw up the white flag. He put this shit up. So I said, okay. I gave him the reprieve. I gave him a reprieve, and I let him off the hook. I let him off because without the jokes, without the laughter, without people to point in his face and laugh, it's not as fun to just keep roasting him. But I would have roasted him for the next half hour. For real. For real. He would have not wanted to see me again. If it was face to face and I had some people around laughing at him, the laugh track going, I'm telling you, he would have been on his knees begging for mercy, and I would have sheltered him for rain. Hold on. Come over here. Let me lift my sack. Come on over here, son. I'll shelter you from the rain. Come over here. So here we go with PC Prince, this motherfucker, jumping in onto here comes all war campaign. Jumping in. Here they come. This is a fool that don't understand when he's beat. He couldn't recognize when he was beat. He was outmatched. He didn't have ammunition. He came in to a gunfight with a parasol and boutonnieres. That's what this fool did. He came into a gunfight with a parasol and boutonnieres. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. He goes, white or dark meat? Is dark meat? All of them going after my color. All of them is going after my color. I didn't say anything about color, right? Except for leaving black people out of his bullshit. So he's trying to low-key insult me. I'm not going to fucking fall for that shit. I'm not going to fall for that. You never go. This is my power stuff. You never go where somebody leads you. You lead the way. You always turn it against them. You use what they say and you turn it against them. This way, you lead the way. You never follow a fool. Who's the foolish? The fool or the fool who follows him? Who's the more foolish? And I would be the more foolish. Thank you, Obi-Wan. You were my only hope. Come on, baby. Bring it. So they decide he wants to talk about he brings this thing up. Like I said, it's funny. I had it, but PC's twins decides to go in about it. So I say, okay, I think you meant to say light and dark meat. Because if you say white meat, then I should follow that black meat. should be the antithesis, means my retort. And I doubt if you want, I doubt if you want, look, if you're looking for black meat in your mouth. So then he couldn't handle it either. He couldn't handle it. This dude just kept saying the same thing over and over, and I just hit him with new shit every time. And they couldn't handle it. They couldn't handle me. And then everybody from War Campaign started jumping in, trying to gang up on me. And I just took them out one at a time. I was throwing bows, and you just see you fools flying back. I just showed them what these paws was all about. And fools was just flying back. Nope. Here I come from. Here I come from. It's called white and dark meat. Where I come from is called white and dark meat. Please don't try to change my culture identity on chicken. Now I'm trying to change his culture. Now ain't these the ones that's always calling SJWs crap for talking about their culture? Now War Campaign is trying to use culture. Oh yeah, okay. Using chicken or my culture identity on chicken. It's not appreciated. You don't know, because I'm a black man. You see, I'm defending blackness. So I must be a black man with this brown monkey, and which they mention in by the way. Okay, they don't appreciate. You don't know what you don't know what I in my mouth. What I in my mouth? Well, I know what I in your mouth. I know what you got in your mouth. So stop trying to play identity politics. Did I say identity politics? Did I say anything about identity politics? Hold on, let me check. I got to double check. I am a little slow. Let me see. Light and dark meat. No, I just said maybe you should say, I was making a joke, baby. I just know that you don't want my black meat in your mouth. That's all. That's all. That's all I was saying. It ain't got nothing to do with politics. If that's political, I don't know. I don't know what political forums you like visiting. Maybe Madame Rouge, her closet. Okay, so he goes on. So I'm laughing my ass off. I'm an SJW now, right? I've heard of your bitch ass, bitch made, bitch moving, bitch tactics, moisturized, soggy boy. I've heard of these tactics before. Signaling your virtue, and I'm this SJW? Right. Oh, baby, you signaling your fucking virtue, and I'm the SJW. Yeah, baby. Okay. Yeah, so this from someone, like I said, this from someone who literally has a monkey, a monkey profile. Now, which monkey you ever see with a mohawk? Which monkey you ever seen in life with a mohawk? Okay. With a monkey pick and calling indigenous people monsters. If you bother to ask instead of assume, and you know what happens when you assume, you make a ass out of you and you. You can't fuck with me. So I'm sorry, that's so funny. So okay, I have to stop and explain indigenous monstrosity now. Indigenous monstrosity is just a creative thought process. Everything that comes out of my mind is good and evil, creatively, and real in real life too. Whatever people think of is good and evil. Everybody has that in them. According to man, I don't really believe in good and evil. But okay, just for this topic alone, let's say everything in life is based on good and evil. You're doing one thing or you're doing the other. You're a good or a bad person. All right. So indigenous to my mind is the monstrosity that exists within. So it is indigenous monstrosity. And everything that comes out, everything that I put on my channel is indigenous to me. And that's where indigenous monstrosity comes from. Idiot. So, okay. This is something I'm disparaging Native American people. Is America the original indigenous name from the indigenous people? I'm not sure. I have to look that up. Remind me, somebody, to look that up. So, okay. So now I'm disparaging indigenous people. Okay, Ro has quite a Twitter. Oh, this I think was a good one. This was somebody who was sticking up for me, because we got some good people out there. Even though I didn't need it, I like what they were saying. They wasn't really jumping in. They was just saying that Ro ain't that great a person. And I say, yeah, he seems like a real winner. So then they come back with this crap. Put some more exclamations, because I do put a lot of exclamations. I put 3. I usually try to put 3. You know, that's to mean that I meant that shit, motherfucker. I meant that. I didn't just say it. I meant that shit. So I know. So I put about 5 or 10 of these motherfuckers up in here. Yeah. So this guy comes back, use more explanations. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks. What do you use? Oil of Olay? Stop moisturizing, soggy man. Like I said, I got 1 million of them. So, we back to where it all started. And here's we can see how it jumps, because I always keep hitting them with new stuff. The War Dong testify. Glad you can see it. As usual, you can't see straight, as in black people suffering to promote vestige too. Anyway, I'll let you get back to bordering off your mom's basement as a neutral free zone. So I'm this SJW. Have a nice day, you little SJW. Enjoy your day, you little SJW. And he's got yeah. So that's I guess that's to disparage me for my ignorance, you know. my I guess my what do we call it? My ebonics. Pardon my ebonics, but do you have any gray poupon? Any gray poupon? Okay. I have to speak the Queen's English now. Right? I have to speak the bloody Queen's English? Right. Blimey. Right. Okay. So, yeah, the basement is where I keep all my slack George soggy sadists, because that's what these dudes do. They try to torment people. So yeah, you soggy sadists like you. Maytagging. If y'all people see my stream before, I explained what maytagging is. That's when people in prison washing other grown man's socks and drawers and doing all kinds of favors for them. Who knows what? Maytagging is the respectable term, if you can say that. So yeah, that's how I call them. So I was hitting them with everything. Oil of Olay, Maytagging, soggy sadists, slack jawed. Oh man, I was crushing them. And for Predator fans, my man Jesse the Body, slack jawed. I know he said something about cigarettes there right after that, but for all you British guys, you know what I'm talking about. So yeah, so always, I see you're well supplied with your oil of Olay and your humidifiers. Red Heat. Jim Belushi explains what humidity is. So you can go in there and see that. I got that. Get that clip too. He says, humidity, you know, the moisture in the air for all of you moist more motherfuckers, you moist ass Peggies. So I had to go hit them. I was hitting them with it. They keep coming back. War Dong, you keep sadists in your basement. Oh, now it's your. It's your, not ya. You keep basement. Thanks. Well, thanks for sharing, but didn't want to know your sex life. Plus, that you're a submissive. I'm a submissive. Really? I keep sadists tied in my basement, and I'm the submissive. Okay. I tag others in as you are too funny not to. I'm too funny. See, he notices that I'm funny. Not to share. That was sarcasm, by the way. He had to explain that was sarcasm. So you can see the level of IQ that this person is used to dealing with, that he has to explain his sarcasm. In case I didn't know, good luck with my annexing my mom's basement again. There I go, SJW. So now from here on out, it's my mom's basement and SJW. That's all he got. My mom's basement, SJW. My mom's basement, SJW. So I go, yeah, I peg you to the wall. I peg you to the wall, Peg Master General. So, like I said, he keeps on doing the same thing. I said, pegging you is called flagpoling. Because they got a bunch of them now. It's not just flagpoling. You amongst Peggies like this, they got a group of things that they do. You got flagpoling, you got clothes racking. That's when you get two of them at each end, and then you hang clothes off of the rack, off of the pole. So then you got flagpoling, you got clothes racking, and you got broomsticking. Well, that speaks to itself. And then you got annex missiling. You got MX missiles. So you got all kinds of ways of describing Peggies and how they operate. All right. So I was just getting started on them because I didn't get to hit them with the Peggy and the Peglets. You know, they're Peggy and the Peglets. You know, they had the whole Peggy song from back in the 60s, you know, or the 40s, whatever it was when little Frankie Lyman came out with "Why Do Pegs Fall in Love? Why do pegs seem so gay? They love to get paid to peg till break of day. Why do pegs fall in love?" Okay, Peggy. So he comes back with still going on about the sex after starting on color. I started on color. Okay, with the blackness. Okay. What's next? Pronouns. So I'm a true SJW. That's all he's got from all the rest of this whole thing. I'm an SJW. I'm an SJW talking about color and sex. Well, he called me an SJW. Isn't that bringing in my masculinity and disrespecting me, right? Because I'm supposed to be one of these weak ass moist boys like him. So I said, okay, whatever you say, Peggy Cuxman. PC, Peggy Cuxman. So this guy's Peggy Cuxman, and then you got the rest of the pegs that came in following around. So this is Peggy, and then the Peglets that come in. Anybody else that you see come in after this, those are the Peglets. So we got, and then down here with testicle, that's peg leg. He likes to get pirated. He likes to get pirated. So when he gets the peg leg, he know he's been well satisfied. So you got peg leg, Peggy and the Peglets, and the war campaign Peggies. That's what we got here. So all right. Okay, I'm in the basement. Okay. We let's not lose our space. Okay, Peggy. Here you go, Pegmaster General. We got the Pegmaster General. That's probably Roro. That's probably we're gonna switch Roro's Pegmaster General. Then we got Peggy. We got Peg Leg with Testicle, and here, right here, PC Twins. There's Peggy. Peggy and the Peglets. So Cuckman, Peggy Cucksman, and then my God, Sex and Color. It's all you SJWs go on about. Why waste my time on color? So, okay, Peggy. I need to put together an expedition to find my way through your cavities and make my way back alive. That was just I was supposed to put in here to find your masculinity. I was supposed to put in here to find your masculinity. I have to put an expedition together. I left that out. See, that's what's fucked up about texting, because you put it in text, you miss one word, you lose the full context of what you're trying to say. So I wanted to put in here, in order to find your masculinity, Peggy, I need to put together an expedition to find my way through your cavities there and back, because you don't know what kind of things are crawling around up in there. I need to bring a whole expedition. I need to bring my what do they call them dudes who I need to bring my guides. I need to bring my dudes who carry the packs, the Sufas. What do they call them? When you go up to Mount Kilimanjaro, and what's that other one up in the Himalayas? Yeah, you got to bring those pack carriers. I forget their name. The guys, Scoofas, Cephas, Sufas, something like that. So anyway, put it in the chat if you know. So let me see. Now it's taking up my whole thing. Let's see how much time I got left. Oh, that's only an hour and a half. We got plenty of time to roast these fools. So let's get back to it, people. Let's finish roasting these Peggies. So, okay, Peggy Cucksman. So I said that, and then he comes back, color again. I said, you're the one talking about sex and color. I was just calling you as I see it, Peggy. And that's where I latched on to. Now everything's gonna be Peggy and the Shy Lights, Peggy and the Vandellas. Yeah, so not that way inclined. Now he's not that way inclined. You calling me an SJW? I'm not arguing, right? I'm not saying I'm not an SJW. Stop calling me an SJW. That's what he wants me to say. Never follow the path. Never. You always follow the path to which I have. Always follow the path to which I have prepared. That's all these Steven Seagal fans. What was the name of that one? Mark for Death. I'm Screwfius. Screwfius said, follow the path to which I have prepared. So here we go. You never follow the path to which he has prepared. Never, because he's leading you down the wrong path. So, no, but I'm sure you call Leroy all day, a day. Right? Right? So, my God. Sex again. Let's waste time on color. Well, I just had to get it in again because I had more to say. Peggy, don't bring God into it. I'm sure it feels like God's touch, but not hardly. So I know I'm reading it wrong. I'm a little bit, I guess, having too much fun. Okay, I had to add to it. Those emojis represent you so well. Happy to see it, licking your lips, and then crying to receive your blessing. See these emojis down here? He's just happy to see it. Yeah, he's happy to see it. licking his lips in anticipation. That's what I should have put. Licking your lips in anticipation and crying to receive your blessing. I'm telling you, bro. Oh, so you're familiar with Leroy? Yeah, Peggy. Your wife takes it while you watch and hold her hair. I'm familiar. We saw the film. Let's go to the videotape. We saw the film, Peggy. Can't win the argument. Of course you can't. You can't. You fucking with the wrong one. All you got is SJW. That's all you got. That's all you got. I done hit you with Peggy. I done hit you with Peg. I pegged you to the wall. Peggy Cucksman. Peggy Cuckstein. Peggy Cuckenstein. Peggy Cuckingson. You go ahead with it, bro. Pegmaster General. How much more can I hit you with? I've been roasting your punk ass. How much more can I hit you with? When I stopped is when EVS shut off his stream. When EVS shut off his stream, that's when I said, okay, I got to go now. I'm tired of roasting you. Because I was trying to do both at the same time. I was putting up comic book links. I was putting up Comicsgate links, and because he gave me a wrench, so I'm a wrench over there. So I was throwing up Comicsgate links, and I was roasting these fools at the same time. So I was really being negligent because I wasn't throwing up my links the way I usually do. So I'm sorry, EVS. I didn't mean to be negligent on my duties. But I had to roast these fools because I know who they are. I know who they are. So you never stood a chance. You'd have to be at least a man. You'd have to at least be a man. Can't win the argument. So lying like an SJW. See? Lying like an SJW. He knows that I'm not an SJW, but that's what they use. EVSJW. They trying to compare people to SJWs when they're the only gatekeepers. They're the only one who's telling this beautiful young woman that she can't, who's an artist, who went to school for her artistry. And who the fuck are they? Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this guy? Who the fuck is this guy? Get the fuck out of here. Who the fuck is this guy? Who the fuck says that they have the right to gatekeep? These motherfuckers created what? They're writing what comic book? They are putting together what campaign? All they're doing is harassing this woman because they don't like her. Because they want to say that Comicsgate is taking numbers and she came in and skipped the line. Where does it say take a number when you enter Comicsgate? Pick a number, and when we get to you, you know, well, in that case, I jumped the line too. So get over here, boy. I'm telling you. Shimon Peg. Shimon Peg. Come on. Shimon Peg. Shimon. I'm the smallest one, and I skipped the line too. EVS has had me on. He's had me on 2-3 times, and he said, we love this guy. He said, we love this guy. The chat loves this guy. I love this guy. I've been on Dan Frager several times, and he says, I love this guy. We love this guy. Come back whenever you want. So, hey, I guess I skipped the line too. I skipped the line too. I only got 32 subs on Indigenous Monstrosity with Monstrositus X. I only got 32 subs. So scrub me, baby. Come on. Come on. Shimon Peg. Bring your whole Peg crew over here. Shimon. Pushton Pullman and Pushton Cuckman. Pushton Pullman and Pushton Cuckman. Call you Pushton the second. Oh, so you're familiar with Leroy. God has touched you. I'm sure you are special. Yes, he sent me someone like you, Peggy. because you can take it all. He's blessed me. He's truly blessed me, and I've truly been blessed because a peg like you can take it all. That's why you should be called flagpole. You've been flagpole, baby, because you can take it all. You've been howitzered. You've been howitzered. A big black howitzer. And when it goes off, it go boom. Yeah, baby. Come on with it. Bring it. Bring it. All your corny shit. All this corny crap he's saying. I think they started talking about, after I left, they started talking about the history. You should see how they went on about history of Yugoslavia. They have no jokes. They have no jokes. You mean sticking my tongue out? You mean sticking my tongue out like that's not licking my lips? That's not licking my lips. I know you're hot for me, baby, but I don't go that way. He just called me baby. You just called me baby. We're practically engaged. What are you talking about? You just called me baby. We're practically engaged now. I just been all up in you. How could we not? And now you say it's nothing? I'm so hurt. I'm wounded. I'm wounded. After all we've been to each other, all this time we spent together. Oh my God. I'm so wounded. Oh my God. You hurt me to the core. You've broken my heart. Speak to Madame Rouge for what you want. I have. And you're hanging in her closet in the gimp suit. You're exactly what I've been looking for. Oh, no. You're the one that she had under her bed in that little cabinet. That's right. You're the one that she had under the bed. Just my right size. Tight, firm fitting. Tight and firm fitting. Knew just how to make all the right moves. Move, baby. Move. Move, baby. Move. Loved it when I pull his hair. Oh, man. Oh, I got 41 subs? Yeah, I got 41 followers now. I'm moving up in the world. Partially due to war campaign. See, they do help the little guy. Wow, they're right. I changed everything I said. I take it all back, Peggy. I take it all back, Cuxman. You are 100% right. You people are here for us little guys to bring us up by our bootstraps and sit right on the tip. Oh, man. These people love to straddle a fence. But the fence is made out of a giant razor blade. So if you straddle the fence, you cut your balls in two. And that's what Roe tries to do. He tries to say, you got it wrong. You got it wrong. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. You're taking it out of context. You're taking it out of context. No, I'm not. I'm not an idiot. I'm not an idiot. So, okay. I want you to just admit how much I want you to admit how much you love Leroy's gentle touch. But he's admitting how much he loves me. He called me baby. We've had so much. He's shared so much of me. He shared so much of me. I've shared so much of me with him. This is so hurtful. After so much time we've spent together. You're allowed, Peggy. Oh no, I guess I gotta read his part because he's just saying the same thing over and over again. I'm an SJW, Madame Rouge, SJW, whatever. Okay, he's still obsessed with sex. I see, like typical SJWs. See, SJW. My mom's basement again. See, there I go. Back to mom's basement again. Let you have girls in your mom doesn't let you have girls in her basement. Actually, I have you have annexed the basement as a safe rules now. It's your rules now. Way to go. So I have my own. I have in my actually now you have annexed the basement. It's your rules now. So I built it up just the way I want to. My basement is set up just the way I want to. But even though right now I'm in the attic, which is on the 3rd floor. Oh yeah. And it has 2 bedrooms, one of which is my office. Oh yeah. And it has 3 closets, one of which I stack my comic books. Oh yeah. And it has a bathroom. My attic. So I bet you my attic has more rooms than your closet. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. Your cabinet under the bed. I'm sorry, Peggy. Excuse me. So, you're allowed, Peggy. I got hoes. I got hoes in every area code. Area code. I got hoes. Oh, in every area code. Area code. Never forget about you. I'll never forget about you, Peggy. You're one of my favorites. You're one of my favorites, Peggy. Because I got hoes. I got hoes in different area code. Area codes. I got hoes. Hoes in different area codes. Now he's mad. Can't win the argument. Caught out lying. Now I'm lying. Now attacking masculinity. So I've been calling him Peggy the whole time, ever since he started calling me SJW, right? We've been going at each other like that, right? Like I said, he means so much to me. Now look how he's talking to me. Like I meant nothing to him. Attack his masculinity. I would never do that. Boo. Hey, boo-boo. I would never do that to you. You're my boo. You're my bottom bitch. I love you the most. Is it toxic of you? My little SJW? My little. You see all of these nice words he uses? His pet names for me? And he gonna say that what we've had doesn't mean anything. Huh. You see? Now I understand why people key his car. You would have to answer that one. I don't see you dying. And it was you who keeps getting stung. Hold on. Where did I get that from? I don't see you dying. I think he says something about it's somewhere around here. I'm going to have to go to the other one. Damn it. Because some of this stuff was just coming in. Can't argue this one. Now attack masculinity. He says something about stinging or toxic. Oh, okay. That's why I was responding to the toxic part. I don't see anybody dying. That's what it was. I don't see anybody dying, and it was you who keeps getting stung. You know, I was just right, Peggy. Keep polling. He keeps pole dancing. You know, that's what he keeps pole dancing, and you know when you get pegged, you know. I'm just trying to explain it to him in a manner which he could understand. If it's toxic, that means I stung him with something, and if I didn't see him die from my sting, so he'd have to answer how toxic it is if he got sick or whatever like that. You know what I mean? Because as far as I see, he's smiling. He's smiling. So here we go. The debate hasn't gone well for you, It hasn't gone well for me, has it? For me, I think you getting roasted over an open fire and a spit. I got you roasting on a spit over an open fire. Oh, sorry. I got you open over a peg, or I got you roasting on a peg over an open fire. Not a spit. I got you roasted over a peg over an open fire. So, okay. He goes, the bait I haven't, it's not going well for me, but hey, tell your friends that I won. Okay, friends, am I winning, or is this a major L for me? Am I taking a hit in the head? Or is this a major kick in the ass for him? Okay, I could tell my friends that I won at the cafe when I share the soy latte. I share my soy latte, my little SJW. Oh, I love it when he calls me my little SJW. I love it. It just shows how much he loves me. It really does. So, it seems it seems you have all the knowledge on SJW, Peggy. And you got Leroy's handling you, right? And you got Leroy handling you, right? Of course. Of course, that's the way it is. Truly, is. So what you going to do today? So I guess I got to come up here. He says, every tweet just confirms your SJW status. You are a gift that keeps on giving. Confirms that you truly are Pegmaster General and your whole Peg crew. Too bad you're so slow. Sorry. Like I said, sometimes I getting twisted on the meaning, the context. Too bad you're too slow. You got all your pegs with you. You don't see all of these other guys who jumped into it. There was a lot of dudes jumping in. I'm going to switch to the other side so you can see all of the hearts for these guys who jumped in and was trying to help this fool from getting pegged. But he couldn't stop the pegging. He couldn't stop the pegging. I lost my place. Take it all. Code. Area code. Peggy code. Yeah, here we go. You got pegged. You too slow. You all got pegged. You got all your peg with you, and you still taking it all. Well, at least you got some company now. Till the next time you get pegged, Peggy. Yeah, later, Peggy. This is where I was saying I'm out because I seen EVS was wrapping it up, so I was out at this point. I said I'm done. So I hit him with a couple more. Every tweet just confirmed. So I said, yeah, confirm that you truly a Pegmaster General and your whole peg. Oh, that's what I read already. I know a Peggy like you with your cornball jokes stay hanging in the closet, Gimpy. This is one of his Peggies that came up, his Peglets. This is one of the Peglets that came up talking about SJWs in Yugoslavia. Was that supposed to be funny? SJWs are given so much time to SJW things in Yugoslavia. Is that supposed to be funny? Because we're trying to be funny here, whatever this is, Josip, Tito. He's gimpy. This one is gimpy. He's definitely gimpy. He hangs in the closet in a gimp bag. This is gimpy. So this is like gimpy. There's peg leg, Peggy, and gimpy. It's like there are 7 dwarfs up in this motherfucker. Peg leg, Gimpy, and Peggy. And then the Peglets. He's one of the Peglets. This is one of the Peglets. So he's hanging in the closet, Gimpy. So right about here, I got out. I said, yo whack ass, moist ass are so corny. It's a shame. 3, 4 of you, and y'all can't come up with one decent joke between all of you Peggies. Too bad. All of you just been getting beat like whipped dogs. It's a pity that Yugoslavia is no longer exists. Really? Are these jokes? Really? Whip on you some more next time, Peggy. Buy some material. You joined the moist Reich. Pitiful. I'm going to come out with that. The moist Reich. The moist Reich. Yes, the moist Reich. That's what's coming next. Remember, I said this, people, the moist Reich. This is what all of these fools, these SJWs, these guys just joined the moist Reich. All of these soft-ass individuals, they got nothing better to do than harass people with their bullshit politics, and war campaign is one of them. Bullshit politics, talking about who should be, anybody can be in. That's why you seen EVS say, y'all, he can't stop y'all from being Comicsgate, but do it over there. Do it over there. So nobody can stop anybody. There's no rules to this shit. There's no laws to being a Comicsgater. So if Anna wants to be a Comicsgater, guess what? Anna's a Comicsgater. She's more Comicsgate than War Campaign. Fuck you and War Campaign. So, yeah, y'all just joined the moist Reich, trying to tell who can make comics and who can't. Who can make comics and who can't. So fuck all of War Campaign. I don't care, from the top to the bottom. Okay, this one goes on to say, I'm out after this one. This one, it stops after this. See, you've changed the narrative. Typical SJW plot. When you lose a debate, this is a debate. This is not a debate. I'd crush them in a debate either. Also, because none of these people got the brain power to fuck with me. None of these people got the brain power to fuck with me. Like I said, you could come on my power stream. I will make a specific stream, call it dozens. Bring all of y'all Peggy asses. There'll be 3 on my side, me and 2 people, and 3 of y'all. So y'all can't say that y'all was ganged up on or pegged up on. Y'all can't say that y'all got pegged up on. Which I know y'all love. But bring your ass over. Just the guys on my side will just be there for the laugh tracks. And I will roast y'all Peggies. I will roast y'all on a spit, bitch. Come on. I changed the narrative. Lose the debate. Come on, let's debate. Shimon Peg. Shimon Peg. I call him Peg for short. Peggy. Short for Peggy. Yeah. Oh, well, that's that then. Have a good day in the basement freeze my basement free zone, my little SJW. Bye. So after that, I basically was out. Yeah, I basically just said I didn't appreciate this white guy. He got kicked for no reason. This attack was silly. I didn't appreciate that. That was stupid. I don't see the point in this. I really don't. We're just attacking people. I don't know if this guy's an off-duty cop. I don't know who it is, why he's there, but all I see is this guy attacking him, kicking him in the stomach, and he's got his hands on his side, so it's not like he's saying, Shimon Peg. It's not like he's saying, Shimon Peg. Come on. He's not saying, come on. He ain't got his paws up. He ain't ready to shoot joints. So what's up? And this dude just walks up and kicks him. Like, who did that? He walked up and kicked the dude, the little kid. He just walked up and kicked the dude. That's his son. And the 10 Commandments. If y'all ever seen the 10 Commandments with Charlton Heston and Yul Brenner's son, when he's Charlton Heston is there telling them to release his slaves and free my people, and nothing shall happen. My God comes. So his son walks over to Moses and kicks his staff, and then walks back to his father's side. And I'm gonna have all of that shit. I'm gonna have all these little clips. Like I said, I've got 40, 50 years worth of history that I can use to fuck these Peggies up with. I'm gonna have all these little clips, and I'm gonna be posting them in my chats. So because Malin, I put some up already. I don't have everything set up right. So I can stop sharing this. Come back to StreamYards. Yeah, Peg. Yeah, so don't listen to that bullshit. War campaign ain't for the little guy. They're not. They're full of shit. They're full of shit. And I wouldn't have said anything if it wasn't for what I saw last night. I was going to let it go. Like I said, I don't get into other people's business. I try to keep out of other people's shit because, let me see. I try to keep out of other people's business because I don't want people up in mine, you know? So, and these guys jumped in my business. It wasn't the other way around. They jumped in my business. So, let's see. Yeah, this is the other side. This is the other side of the tweets. This is my notifications and how they came back at me. See, I had nobody bother me. If I said a tweet, if I put up a notification, people would say like it, and that was it. There was nothing in there. And then all of a sudden, Mike Barron was the last. And then not even Cecil said that he liked what I said. So, but all of a sudden, we get all of these. I said, good creature designs, sweet creature. Everybody liked my sweet creature response. I agree 100%. And then here it starts. Here's where it starts. Here's where this. I was talking about how, because we was talking about somebody make a comment about something, and I said something about they was talking about how many times Apollo Creed or how many times Rocky beat up a black man. And I said he beat up Apollo Creed once, and twice. And was it twice? Or the second time was a tie? Yeah, he beat him up twice. He beat him up once. The first time was a draw, and the second time he beat him. Yeah. So he fought him twice, and then he beat up what's his face, a Clubber Lang, and then he beat up what's his name, Morrison, John Wayne's son. That's what I mean, relative, John Wayne's fam, and that shows up right here. He dropped Creed twice, and Pop Wayne's son, John Wayne's fam. And that Morrison kid, you know, that has been because he just started losing right when he started making movies. He just started losing, and then he couldn't win another fight for nothing. He couldn't win another fight. Tommy Morrison. But here's where it comes in, and he starts retweeting. He retweets it, and he talks his smack. Oh, Anna's black now, and retweets. They love my stuff. Everybody from War Campaign is coming in, retweeting. Oh, Anna's sister is definitely not black. Anna's black. Everybody joins in. Anna's black. You see, Anna's black now. They retweeting. See, here's where it all comes. All of the ignorant shit. And he throws up the black flag. Oh, I want to be friends. I want to be the white flag. He throws up the white flag. But here comes this Peggy. Here comes Peggy with his bullshit. I don't even know what dusk means. Somebody can write in the chat what dusk means. I don't know what it means. So put me up on game, people. Please put me up on game. And that's all I need. So he goes on. I talk about testicle and the sister. Don't be stupid. He loves chicken. Come, let's be friends. See, he kept saying, come, let's be friends. He's throwing up the white flag, He knew he was fucking with, but his friends didn't. He made a joke. So I said, okay, I'm going to let it die. And don't make sense. He's throwing up the white flag. Don't hit him anymore. All you hear is, Papa, don't hit me no more. Kick in the door, waving the 4-4. All you hear is, Papa, don't kick me no more. It's hit me. It's hit me. All you hear is, Papa, don't hit me no more. So I didn't want to hit him anymore. I didn't want to kick the dog while he was down. So that's when this fool jumped in, and I had to start lambasting him. That's funny. They like that. So now he thinks I'm friends yet now. I left him alone. We're not friends. It's just that I got my eye on your ass. And I told him that. I ain't got nothing against y'all. It's in here somewhere. I don't have nothing against you, Testify, or none of War Campaign. I just don't trust y'all motherfuckers. I'm very aware. And people started saying, yeah, they like that shit that I said. I'm sure I read all of this. Here's another Peggy came in talking some ignorant shit. This from someone literally, I talk about that already. Oh, you guys are talking to me. You guys, okay, I was talking to Testify. He put this up. You guys, you talking to me. You just talking to me, not everybody, you guys. So he was just making it between me and him, not War Campaign. So I can understand that. That's why I showed him the love. That's why I showed him the love. I laughed at his joke and I let it slide. But then these fools come in here. You think you got it bad? He is attacking me for my culture identity against chicken. All of this garbage. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I told this fool, I told one of them that I can just tell what type of person you are because you like to dig in your ass and squeeze your head. That's a saying that I got. You're so full of shit. That's how I usually say. You so full of shit. That's why you like squeezing your head. That shit brims to the top. And every time you need to say something, you just squeeze your head and shit falls out your mouth. and shit falls from mouth. What? Shit from. How did they say that in and shit falls from mouth like ass. Oh, like shit falls from mouth like shit from ass. Some shit like that. In Spartacus, just before Gannicus fought in the square and killed that dude blindfolded. Which, for any of you artists out there, the best show to buy and own is Spartacus. That whole series, if you're an artist and you want to, it has the best muscle references, nudity, so you can draw women's bodies, men, everything that you need, weapons, hands, everything that you need to see for a reference for action, punching, fighting, all of that stuff. If you're a comic book artist, then you should own Spartacus, the series. Spartacus, Sands or something of the Sand, Blood in the Sand, Blood in the Sand, the Gods of the Arena, Vengeance, and War something. Own all of them. I got them twice. I got them on Blu-ray. Matter of fact, I got them 3 times. I recorded it, then I bought it on DVD, and then I bought it on Blu-ray. So I'm going to be doing reviews on those too on this here channel. This here Bat Time, and no, not this Bat Time, but this Bat channel. So anyway, Rose seems like a real winner. It basically goes through the same thing. Anna did blackface. Really? So what? Who gives a fuck? See, I'm not hung up on all that little bullshit. Anna seems like a decent person. I'm not canceling anybody for anything. Indigenous people. And then they started sending me memes, making sure I got the memes. And it gets worse than that because after I left, they just flooded my notifications. It just kept popping up, all of that bullshit. That's what I'm showing you, this stuff. This is all stuff I've been over it. I've been over this. Privilege. hate speech, white privilege. Hold on. I don't think war dog still about sex, color, pronouns, hate speech, white privilege. You really the textbook of. Did I say anything about hate speech and white privilege? I don't think so. I just was calling him a Peggy. Peggy. Just calling you a Peggy, Peggy. But good for virtue signal. Nice virtue signal. Good way to signal your virtue. There you go, Peggy. War campaign. Comicsgate. Way to go to signal that virtue. Way to go, Peggy. Okay, did this. Now that way inclined. Now, not that way inclined. Okay, I got that one. That's right, I read that one. Oh, yeah, I didn't see this one until I came back yesterday. I didn't see all of this. This was after I had left the stream. This is when after I shut down. After this, I didn't see any of this. I didn't see this final transition shit. Yeah, this was yesterday, 14 hours ago. I didn't see all of this shit. Last night sometime. I didn't see all of this stuff. But you see how they got EVS portrayed here? You see, I didn't know about all of this shit. This shit is funny. This shit is funny. Where did all these SJWs come from? Why? Where they hiding in plain? Where they hiding in plain sight? Or is this the final transition? That shit is funny. Okay. Now attacking masculinity. Again, brought up Leroy. Okay. Where did all these SJWs come from? SJWs come from. Believe correct is colored. Oh, this fool. Here's another Peggy. He's going after colored. Now, how is it that a direct attack on my ethnicity? How many black people call themselves colored these days? All right. Okay. I didn't give him, I know he was trying to tick me off. Like I said, you never go where they lead you, pal. Never go where they lead you. I saw this, but I ignored him. I was too busy roasting that other Peggy. No, I didn't see this. I saw this, but today. I saw this today. No. I saw this yesterday. And I chose not to respond. I saw this yesterday. I was in another middle of EVS streams last night, and I said, let me check my Twitter to see if I got any more responses. And that's where I seen all of this. I stopped a while ago, and this is all them debating. This is them going on. No, this is them. Here, it goes from here. They stopped talking about me, but they made sure it got into my notifications. At some point, we're gonna have to admit that this type of thinking was never exclusive to SJWs. It's repeated pathological mindset of many cultures and individuals throughout history. Now they're trying to teach history. Now War Campaign is trying to teach history. Haven't thought of a new good word for it yet. I would have came up with a good word for it at the drop of a dime, man. What's this? Ponerology. Ponerology is a study of phenomena. Is it phenerology or ponerology? It might be. I don't know. I have to look it up. Study of phenomena, but it's of the phenomenon of this. Maybe you should say of this phenomenon, of the phenomenon. I guess it's the same thing. Of the phenomenon but not the kind of word or research that would go viral. Obviously, he only got 2 people to like it. Obviously. And it's black now. They kept pulling that one out their ass. I know people that like chicken though. Okay. They like chicken though. I know people who like chicken though. It's going on about that. Okay. Being YouTube D-list, sort of just toxic and brain damage as highly weird fame. So it seems, or these people, it seems like these people a whole from assholes from the get-go. Oh, you're talking about war campaign. Being a YouTube D-list celebrity is just as toxic as brain damaging, toxic and brain damaging as weirdhood, Hollywood fame, as Hollywood fame. Yeah, okay, I got what they're saying. I understand. It's just as sometimes it takes me a minute to get this shit together, especially when you're putting in Hollywood fame and all of that. I understand. He's saying that these motherfuckers in war campaign, even though this looks like war campaign, maybe he's trying to talk about me, saying that I'm the asshole, a D-list celebrity. I'm not a D-list celebrity. I'm a no-list celebrity. I'm not. I don't know. I think you could call me a celebrity at all. A celeb. Nobody talks about me. Let me see. Toxic brain damaging with Hollywood. So it seems, or these people are just assholes from the get-go. Opinion varies. I don't know who they're talking about. So 90 years Russian Bolshevik. What the fuck does Russian Bolshevik shit and organized? See, this is what I'm saying. They made sure all of this Antifa shit got into my shit. Maybe they was just responding, but this shit is ridiculous. Bolshevik, 64 genders. I guess that's making sure that they drive it home that I'm an SJW. They want to make it known. All of these Peggies, all these Peglets and Peggies. No, this was somebody who liked what I said. This is somebody who liked what I said. So I don't know if they're war campaign or what. Because they got all this war campaign shit here, right? I don't know what it is. I'm puzzled. I'm not that familiar with the platform, so I don't know what they're liking and why, or if they're just liking it so that they can get some recognition for me to turn back and say, gotcha. I don't know what they're doing. I just know I roasted these fools. And they put this up. You're calling me an EVSJW? You goddamn right. I'm an EVSJW. You goddamn right. You goddamn right. And I'm a warlord, baby. I'm not no bitch-ass war campaign. I'm a warlord. A soldier. Seen live action. Live active duty, baby. Maybe not overseas, but right here. Right here. I'll definitely show you what it's all about. I'll show you some real culture war shit. Come on over to the dozens. Bring your punk asses over to the dozens. Next Wednesday, this Wednesday, the Wednesday after, well, maybe not this Wednesday. It's already Tuesday. I need time to get all of my streams set up and my backgrounds and all of that stuff that I would need to have. Next Wednesday, just let me know. Leave it in my DMs. My DMs is right here. If y'all are watching, leave it in my DMs. And yeah, baby, come on. Typical war campaign. Hold on, let me see what you got to say, peoples. Let me come back. Okay, what was y'all saying here? Hell, John, F76. How you doing, man? Glad you could come through. See what we talk about over here on Indigenous Monstrosity. Typical war campaign. That's right. That's right, baby. Typical war campaign. And I wasn't going to say anything, man. Like I said, I had all of yesterday to do this. I could have made a video, but after last night, when I saw what EVS was saying about a testicle, and they had just did this to me the day before, jumped on me trying to talk all that crap. I said, fuck it, man. I'm with it. Come on, bring it, because they got a soldier in me. They got the right one, man. I'm telling you, I used to play the dozens as a child, man. I know how to crack jokes. Bring your asses over. We'll play the dozens on my stream. Help a brother build his channel. And we'll bring some people up. We'll invite Typical on my team, and he'll be just there to laugh at y'all punk asses. Come on over. You could bring Testicle, bring Peggy Cuckman, and that other fool, that ugly other Peglet. Bring them all with you, and I'll roast all three of y'all punks. Come on. Shimon, Peg. Shimon. Yeah. Bring them on. So I'm loving it. I'm having a ball. I'm having a ball. So yeah, these guys want to talk crap and tear down this girl for having an education and working hard. Who are these dudes? Who the fuck is this guy? I don't know who the fuck these guys are. What are they putting out? What campaigns are they putting out? Anything. I believe the correct word is colored. Here comes another campaigner. Here comes another war campaign. Despicable pirate. Yes, I told you they like being pirated. Here's another peg leg. Here's another peg leg. They like getting peg legged. This one is another Peggy. He likes getting peg legged. And he's a despicable pirate. Hey, matey, he likes getting peg legged. He likes getting pirated. Arr, matey. Come on, peg leg. Bring your peg leg ass too, man. I'll roast every last one of you motherfuckers. Come on. Y'all got the right brother, baby. I'm telling you, I will roast every last one of you. Bring it. Y'all like it? Come on. I'll flagpole every last one of y'all. Send it up the pole. I'll send it right up the pole. I know y'all like being flagpole and what did I call it? Coat rack. I know y'all love being coat rack, flagpole, all of that good stuff. Y'all like being howitzered. Come on. Shimon, Peg. Come on over. I'll set it up for next Wednesday, or set it up for, just leave it in my DMs. Wednesday is on. That's all you got to say. It's on. It's on. And bring all the Peggy crew with you. That's all of it. That's all of it. Bring the Peggy crew with you, and I will roast every last one of you. Testify. This is named, what's this dude here? Mini-Me Rappe. Bring your punk ass. Bring your punk ass. What's this one says? He likes chicken. Some of my best friends are chicken. Okay. He's just making a statement, so we won't include him. He ain't really fired no shots, so we're not gonna include him. But he could bring his peg ass too. He could wait in the chat in the back room, and if he want to come out and take a turn and getting pegged to the wall, we'll peg him to the wall. Peg right to the wall, Burke. I mean peg. Right to the wall. Again, for all of you aliens fans. Come on, Peg. Bring it on. Come on. I'll start up a stream for next Wednesday. I'll start advertising the dozens. Come on over and visit Indigenous Monstrosity and take part in the dozens. Let's see what you want to see. A little taste of black culture. Come on. This is what I grew up with as a kid, from about 13 up. And I didn't know it was called the dozens. It was when I became a man and other people started saying the dozens. And I go, what the fuck is the dozens? And okay, when the dude explained it to me, oh, I did that. We did that. So yeah, man, it's not something that we said, yo, come on, let's go play. I want to play. Come on, let's go play. Come on, Shimon, Craig, Shimon, Peg, let's go play. Come on, bring all your Peggies with you. Come on, Shimon, and I'll roast every last one of you. These, like I said, I'll bring these guys in just to laugh because it works better when you hear somebody laughing at you or saying boo when you fail. People gonna be booing your ass because that's how it is. It's ruthless. Ruthless. You can say whatever you want. I'm not restricting you, but I'm just warning you. You bring up my mother. You say I'm living in my mom's basement. That's bringing up my mother. Shots fired. All bets are off. That's all I'm saying. And then I can talk about your mom. I'm not going to talk about your mom, but if you say your mom's basement, you just talked about my mom. I'm just letting you know up front. I'm just letting you know. Warning shots. I just firing shots across your bow. That's it. I'm just letting you know, baby. So come on, bring it. Bring it, Peg. Yeah, so, all right. I think I had enough fun with these fools. I think I had enough. I devoted enough of the stream. That's over 2 hours to these fools. Foghorn Leghorn has the best comment. The war campaign. These boys as sharp as a bowling. And they carry it with them, too. Ever been pegged with a bowling ball? Yeah, man, that's them. That's them. They're no good. They're dirty, man. They're dirty. I watched what they was doing, and with that whole incident with John Malin on that stream with Liam, I saw how Roe jumped in there and he blew that thing up when it was they're two grown men. Two men don't need no backup. He was just talking. They wasn't shooting joints. They wasn't fighting. They wasn't throwing any blows. They wasn't throwing any bows. So mind your business. Two men worked it out. However John decided to work it out, that's between him and that dude. They didn't need two other men coming in there talking shit about explaining their views. That's how shit gets fucked up. Mind your goddamn business worried about war campaign. You didn't see me jumping in there. I saw it. I watched the stream. You didn't see me jumping in there because it's none of my goddamn business. Two grown-ass men. That's what I'm saying. I'm a grown-ass man. I don't need nobody help. I got my back. Yo want to jump me? Come on. I got my boys with me too. Come on. Shimon, Peg. I'm telling you. So we got Roe, the Peg Master General. And we got Peg Leg 1. We got Peg Leg the first, and that's a testicle, Peg Leg testicle, and then you got the Peggy Cuxman. So bring them all, baby. Bring them all to my show. You wanna come in and support us little guys. So come on, Shimon. Yeah, so let's get back to let's get to our show. I'm gonna break it down for y'all. This is the one with the I'm gonna do the one with the old man. I'm gonna stay on this for a little bit and let y'all hear how I did it last week and now I'm doing it again this week. I'm gonna show you all how these guys are lying to you. I'm going to show you all the reality of your reality. Now, these are brilliant people. People around the world consider them to be brilliant. I'm a nobody. I'm an absolute nobody. I graduated high school with a 65 point grade average. I'm a nobody. I went to college and I stayed there and I worked out, lift weights, and played ping pong. So I didn't do nothing. I left. I didn't do. But that doesn't mean I'm an idiot. I might not be intelligent, meaning I don't have all the intel, but I'm not stupid. So here, let me share. Let me share. We got to share. Oh, I was sharing. Oh, that was so good. Okay, I did it right. I did it right, so I don't have to keep going in and out. So how you do that is just open up a totally different, um, like internet browser, and then when you go to your applications, you go to your browser. That way, you don't have to keep going back and forth. If you have several tabs open, you don't have to keep going back and forth to the tabs. All you have to do is flip in between the tabs, and they should just pop up. So I shared the sound, and it's on. So let me go to there, and we're gonna see if we got a good spot. If we pulled up a good spot to jump in on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. It's fraught with woo. He should explain what woo means, because I didn't know what the fuck we was talking about. But I, judging from the context, I assume that woo means that unbelievable facts. People, which is a problem with astronomy or astrophysics in itself. Unprovable facts. It can't be a fact if it's unprovable. It can't be. But that's what he's referring to. Quantum mechanics, as I understand it, is on a very, very extremely tiny, past atom sized uh, physics or mechanics that makes the things that make up atoms, and what makes those things work is what quantum mechanics is. And in my view, this is absolute and total speculation. Quantum mechanics, they have no way of seeing these things. I don't believe that they've ever seen an atom in itself. So if they've never seen an atom, how can you possibly have seen anything smaller than an atom that makes up an atom? You know, I don't believe that they've seen any of these things. They've never showed us any of these things. They just show us what they believe they've seen, that it's made up of an electron and a neutron, and they rotate around each other. Have they actually seen these things? I said it last stream. Do they did they actually split the atom when they created the nuclear bomb, like they say they did? Or did they just take some radioactive material and blow that shit the fuck up? You see what I'm saying? There's a way of saying things. This is what I say about how people use words to twist shit to mean what they need it to mean. It's not straightforward like how animals communicate. Animals communicate directly. They don't try to lie. It's bold face, right to your face, straight up truth. There's no lies in what they say. They come to you and they speak their word, and that's it. That's why I love animals, man. I love dogs. I love cats. And I used to be a dog. I grew up with dogs. But after I got a certain age, it was easier to have a cat. So I got a cat. And then I got another dog about 7, 8, 10 years ago. And then he died last year. No, it was about 8 years ago. So he died last year. So I'm going to get me another one, especially if I can get me a successful campaign. I might get 2 Rotties. I had a beautiful Rottweiler. He's a beautiful, smart fucking dog, man. He taught himself how to. I taught him one time how to nod his head. Why don't you come to me and just, you piss in the house. You piss on the house. Motherfucker, stop pissing in the house. You know, I was mad at him. And I was chastising him. And I said, why can't you? He's sitting in front of me just looking at me. And I said, why can't you? And I'm nodding my head up. I said, why can't you come to me and just nod your head and say, hey, I want to go out. And I lifted my head. Just say, hey, I want to go out. Do something. Let me know. Just like you make noise when you're ready to eat and all of that shit. You come in here and harass me. So do something. And then one day I'm sitting there watching TV. I think I did that to him twice. He had pissed in the house. It pissed me off. I might have smacked him on his ass or some shit like that. Told him to come over here. Look, you see what you did? Get out of here. Smacked him on his ass and chased him away. So he came over there. He was sitting there looking at me. I think I did it like twice, maybe 3 times at the most. He's sitting in front of me, staring at me in my face. And I'm noticing it, but I'm kind of ignoring him. And then I see his head go up. I'm like, I didn't pay him no mind because it didn't click. And then he nods again. And I look, and I said, hold on. What the fuck? And he does like that again. I said, you want to go out? And he jumps up and spins around in circles. And oh shit. How the fuck did you pick that up? I just told it to you twice. How the fuck did you pick that shit up? And from that point on, he would come in there. And then when I was sleeping, he would piss on the floor right in front of the couch. So I was like, I got mad at him. Motherfucker, come up here and jump on me. So being that I know that he learned that shit. I said, yo, come up in here and jump on me. You know, I jumped in the chair with my arms and I was pushing down into the sofa. Wake me up. Don't piss on the floor, motherfucker. So after that, he would get there and start barking all in my ear until I woke up. Like I said, that was a smart fucking dog, and I love him to death. I know I'll never get another one like him, but I'm definitely going to get me another one. So that's why I don't believe animals are stupid and people are more intelligent. They just don't know how to communicate like us. They can't vocalize it and put their lips and their tongue, but they try. I've seen my dog try to talk to me. He'll go, something like that, but he'll try. He's trying to say it, but he just can't. He don't know how to move his lips. He can't say the words that are coming out of my mouth. Shout out to Rush Hour. But yeah, man, he don't know how to do it, but I love my dogs, man. I love my dogs. I love my cat. I used to call my cat Buster, right? Buster Teeth Out. Buster Terrence Out. And for short, it's Buster Teeth Out. That was one of them. And the other one was called Tuxedo. Tucker Clarence Doe. Tuxedo. So I had 2 cats, and then the other one I called Buster and Blackie because of the other cats that died. I've named one of them Buster, and then the other one was Blackie. But I didn't make up a whole name for him. I didn't make up the whole lineage and everything like that. But anyway, let's get back to that. So, yeah, I don't believe in some people. So when you try to insult my intelligence and you're supposed to be this brilliant person and you're saying if and maybe and somehow and all of this stuff, I have to start questioning you. I don't have to be intelligent. All I have to know is if you're saying if, you're not saying anything. You're saying that in some fabricated world. Remember those if comic books that Marvel and them used to come out, and those maybe worlds and whatever lands? Well, that's what he's saying. So pay attention. I'm schooling you people. You see? So because it makes their experiments more qualified, it verifies, even though quantum mechanics is bullshit. It's total made up bullshit. But because, see, what they do is they have a problem. Then they make up something to answer the problem. But the problem that they made up is made up. That's the problem. It's invented. It's not factual, not brought from base facts. It's a theory somebody pulls out of their ass and then feeds it to you, and they say, well, it makes kind of sense because it does answer the questions that we have with our own theories. Our theories mean shit that they pull out of their ass. Just things that nobody knows what the Big Bang Theory is. They just pull that out their ass. The theory of light is pulled out of the ass. Time is pulled out of someone's ass. I'm telling you, it does not exist. This guy's going to go on. People in the next weeks, we're going to go through this guy, another dude, and Tyson too, the black dude. And all of them are going to be saying the same thing. Last week you saw it, or the last show you saw it. Ands, if, buts, maybes, and you're going to see the same thing with this dude. He's a British sir. His name is Sir Roger Penrose. And you know, if he's British, he's going to get that extra authority because he speaks like this. He so much speaks like this, and he's much more of an authority because he has that British accent. And because he speaks like this, he gets more credentials added to his name. He's a sir. That means he's been knighted. So come on. Come on, man. I don't believe this shit. Just because you got labels up in front of your name don't make you smarter. People give up their power to other people just because. You don't have to hear the truth. Now, this is all fabricated. You have no way of proving anything that these guys says is right. You don't get to look up in those telescopes, those big electron telescopes and those massive Hubble telescopes and all of that. You'll never get to look into those things, and they know that. So whatever they say, it's their word against yours. You can't prove shit, and they know that. That's for a fact, and that's another fact. They also know that you don't have a clue about what the fuck they're talking about. They know for a fact that you know, and that's what Joe Rogan does. He tries to act like he understands, and he's so down with the program because he reads this man's books, but he still has no clue of what this man is talking about. Now he's acting like he understands anything of it anyway, just because he read this book. It's all, if he understood any of it, he would understand that it's all fabricated bullshit, yanked from their bowels. It's all pulled from their bowels, and I will go on to explain why I believe that. If you study it properly, then it makes sense. So you could study it. So if you study it and you say it's bullshit, then he could come back and say, well, you didn't study it properly. Right? You just didn't study it properly. That's what he can say. Thousands of kilometers apart. Thousands of kilometers. You can have two things thousands of kilometers apart. The comprehensible part of quantum mechanics. That suggests that they understand what he's talking about. But Joe never asks, how do you get this? Have y'all actually seen one particle existing in two places at the same time? Or two particles existing at the same, two that existed thousands of kilometers apart, but existing in the same space at the same time, simultaneously? Joe's not asking these questions. I would ask these questions, and then as soon as he goes, and that's what he does. That's what he does. That's what he does. That's what he does. So hey, man, that's what he does. So you got this brilliant person, and you're gonna hear him go on about if. So he's gonna be saying if, maybe, and we come to believe all of these types of things. Now, I don't know what a wave function and all of that stuff is, so I'm just letting you know I'm no brilliant person. I am not. But I'm not an asshole to let anybody just say whatever the fuck they want without challenging it. And Joe, he's not challenging this man. He's not saying, hold on. He doesn't even have to challenge him. Just ask the right question politely. Hold on, let me get understanding. You're saying that you've seen particles, or this is just a mathematical theory, because they use mathematical equations to prove their theories. It doesn't necessarily mean that they've actually seen or witnessed anything. They use mathematics to prove their theories, and then if it equals out, they say, hey, I proved my theory to a certain level, or to a certain degree. This is how it works. I'm sorry, but everything he just said doesn't make sense. It sounded like a whole bunch of gibberish. He says this thing and the next thing and the next thing, and that's all fine, but he didn't say anything. You just said a whole bunch of gibberish. You didn't say anything. And then he comes back with the wave function, and then he says there's a problem with that. So even though I don't understand the things that he's saying that's scientific, the things that he's saying that's not scientific, he's not saying anything. It's gibberish. Standard quantum mechanics really doesn't make sense. Okay. See? Anything crazy is up for grabs. So that means he's trying to say that if you could verify something crazy, then you could say anything. You could prove your point, because the quantum mechanics is so crazy that if you can get any kind of verification on any part of it, then you could prove anything, because it's so crazy. And this is what they're doing. They're verifying shit with crazy shit. You see? He's saying nothing. The things hang together. What the fuck is that? If the things hang together, it seems to me, that word alone, it seems to me, he's not saying that this is factual. He's saying, in my opinion, and we already know what opinions are like, right? Everybody's got one, and they all funky. Come on, man. In my opinion, you're a learned scholar. You're a learned scholar with sir in front of your name. Sir, that means he's been knighted by the queen. Ho, 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 ho. He's been knighted by the queen, and he's saying, it seems to me. You said nothing. Oh, we got the facts, but we're just not seeing it right. You see what I'm saying? These people are fucking full in your head. They know that you can't possibly comprehend what they're talking about, especially when they start pulling out their numbers and their statistics and all of that. But I'm telling you, they're filling your ass full of bullshit. It's just like putting together a puzzle. You start with the straight edges, and their straight edges is everything earthbound. That's how they always start off. They try to explain what they're saying by using earthbound analogies. They use these analogies like, yes, if you take a ball and you bounce it, like this other dude that I was intended to do. I was going to save this guy for next week. But this other dude comes on and he says, and it makes sense to me. If you bounce a ball in space, the ball has moved. It'll come right back up to your hand. But actually, in real space, it moves. Like by the time the ball hits the ground and comes back up to your hand, the ball has actually moved in space, and you too. As for that, because the Earth is always spinning, and then it's always going around the Earth. So the time that it took for the ball to go up and down, it's moved a lot because the Earth is rotating, and then the Earth is orbiting the sun. So that movement, the ball has moved. So from that, you see how detailed they try to get you to think. But I can do that. See, that's what I'm talking about. When it comes to story writing, I make up those details. So when somebody's trying to tell me a story and it's not fitting together because you're going, well, perhaps we might and maybe, and if you think of it this way, then I have to start questioning, because you're talking about facts. When people talk in facts, they don't say maybe, they don't say if, they just put it out there. Maybe. Superposition. My brain doesn't. My brain doesn't. My brain doesn't, because I'll just listen to you, what you're saying, even though I might not understand it. How you say it, I can understand. How you say it, I can understand. And then they were going to bring in that's when they bring in their analogies, their earthbound analogies. They're going to bring in something that they realize you understand. They're going to bring in this ball analogy. That ball bounces. They're going to bring in that ball so that you can comprehend on that level. And they're gonna, but you gotta understand, that's probably how they understand it too. They didn't come up with the theory out of the thin air. They probably came up with the ball thing first, and then used that ball thing to come up with a theory, and then use that theory to mathematically prove the equation and come up with their theory. You see what I'm saying? It's not that the chicken came first. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? I'm saying that they didn't come up with the theory first. They came up with the bullshit analogy first, and then tried to come up with the theory to prove the analogy. Not what came up with the theory and then came up with the analogy to prove the theory. if you can get what I'm talking about. You see, if you know what I'm saying, if you know what I'm saying, because I know what he knows, and he knows that I know what he doesn't know, what I know, and he doesn't know what I know, and that I don't know what he knows that I know that. That's what he's doing, baby. That's what he's doing. Now, he just let somebody who just admitted to all of this shit makes his brain glaze over, right? He just said his brain glazes over, but he goes in to explain the shit that he doesn't understand. And then what does the other guy say? What does this renowned scientist say? He agrees with him. He just agrees with the man who just admitted that he doesn't understand what the fuck he's talking about. He just let him go on and say whatever the fuck he wanted to do. And he says, yeah. Of course he's going to say yeah. Because he don't know either. He's just explaining from, I'm telling you, they don't know what they're talking about. You can't say that time exists on planet Earth and then it exists differently on planet Mars. You can't say that. It either exists the same throughout the universe or it doesn't exist at all. That's why Einstein says his theories are relative. His theory are relative because everything has to do with how it pertains to man. Nobody, nothing else on the planet gives a fuck about time. Not animals. Flies only live for like a day. Some live a week or something like that. You think from their interpretation, they give a fuck about time? What a day means or what a minute means? You think that they give two shits? An ant, a dog. A dog supposed to age 7 years faster than a man, right? You think that they give a fuck about time? You really think that they give a fuck about time? If you shine, just like using the analogies of something smaller to represent the bigger thing, I'm using something bigger to represent something small. If I or yeah, you could say I'm doing the same thing. If I shine a flashlight on a basketball, spin it, right? Am I creating time on that basketball? Are the germs on that basketball experiencing time lapse? They might experience some kind of gravity or centrifugal force to some level because everything has some kind of gravitational pull. It might be so minute that you might not be able to sense it or feel it or whatever. But come on, man. Come on, man. The record. He said that there's a record that, like, as if they actually measured this thing. So this is what I want to know. Have they because they said all of the stuff about mechanics is crazy, right? And people don't understand it, and they talk about it, and they disagree. People disagree about quantum mechanics because it's so crazy. And even Joe Rogan said it's the woo when you start talking about quantum mechanics. But he's explaining quantum mechanics. And I should have showed it from the beginning because I think in the beginning he says we don't understand. We don't 100% understand. What's this? This is 39, 38, 38, 42. I spoke about Schrodinger's cat. I got that from Stargate. That's when I realized that they just can't be saying these things. They have to have it some basis of reality. You put reality in your stories to make them more real, to make them based more in reality. So if you're telling a sci-fi story and you talk about Schrodinger's cat, that's something that people talk about in real life. So if you have that discussion in Stargate SG-1, that kind of lends credence to the story that they're trying to tell. And Schrodinger's cat is all about a decaying particle put in with the cat, and they know that the cat's going to die within a certain amount of time. In an hour or a half an hour, the cat should be dead. So at the end of the half hour, just before you open up the lid to see what's happened to that cat exists both alive and dead at the same time. And Schrodinger didn't go for it himself. He stopped being from what I understand, he stopped being a scientist after that because he felt it was such bullshit. Literally, he's going to say it himself. He's going to say it himself. Not in my words, but yeah, he was upset. He was upset, man. He quit. He quit. He said, fuck that shit. I ain't doing this shit no more because this shit is so stupid. His own theory pissed him off to the point where he couldn't fucking handle it. And he said, fuck this shit. This shit is stupid. This shit is stupid. This shit don't make no fucking sense. Ain't no fucking way a cat's gonna be alive and dead at the same time. He's dead. You poisoned him from the second you put him in that box. And now that just before opening up the box, you're gonna, because man, see, this is that whole a tree falls in the forest thing. If a tree falls in the forest, doesn't make any sound. Of course it does. Just because a man isn't there to hear it, that doesn't mean that it doesn't make any sound. That assumes that a man has to be present for anything to come into reality. Everything is based through a man's point of view, like as if man didn't exist on the planet would cease to exist. This is bullshit. Come on. Don't listen to these people. This is the Matrix, and this is the Matrix doctrine. The reality of our reality is that these guys don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're feeding you shit that they know you can't prove so that they can keep going and making money. They write these papers and they get hundreds of thousands of dollars for, of grants and shit to prove their point. And they go and work for universities and get hundreds of thousands of dollars in salaries. And they don't prove shit. Because it can't be proven. It can't be proven. Just like consciousness. He can't prove that shit. He's going to be talking about the intelligence of animals, just like I was just talking about. There's no evidence for anything he's saying. Anything. They have mathematical equations. That's it. They don't have any proof of anything. Maybe. You see, they try to find one thing to prove another thing. And if the first thing isn't proven, how could you possibly prove the second? And that's what they're doing. I'm telling you, you can't use time because they use space time in a lot of their equations. You don't know what space is. All you know is space on Earth. All you know is time on Earth. You can't explain space time out in space. So where are you getting your equations from? Where are you getting your equations from, sir? Sir Penrose, where are you getting your equations from? So light can travel a certain speed on planet Earth, right? And you're also using man-made light. You can't. How can you possibly judge how fast sunlight travels unless you maybe put something black in front of the window and then put some kind of filament and then remove the black thing in front of the window, and the time that it takes for the light to strike that filament, I guess you can judge that time in across that space of room or whatever. Okay, but does light react the same way in space? And how could they prove that? How could they tell? You understand what I'm saying? And then when you start talking about all these other theories that they got out there, like what's that? Dark matter, and dark energy is not only just that. Something that you've heard of plenty of times. Black holes. They say not even light can escape a black hole. So if there's things that can affect light, like dark matter, dark energy, black holes, how do you know how fast light is traveling out in space? How do you fucking know? So how can you possibly create any type of an equation that's 100% right? You can't, because your fucking equations are wrong from the jump street. You're using an earthbound analogy to prove your point and then say that this is what we're seeing out in space. This is what they do. And because we have no clue, we don't know. This is stuff that I don't know, but I know some things. I can put two and two together. And I know that you can't have time on Earth. And then where do we get, if it was a perfect time, where do we get leap year from? Look up leap year. Leap year comes because 24 hours in a day is not a perfect 24 hours in a day. There's time left over. And all of those leftover times, left over from all of those days, after like 4 years, gives you an extra day. That's where leap year comes from. That's where you get your 29th day, because there's seconds left over in every minute, every day. There's a fraction of a second left over in every second. There's fractions of a minute left over in every minute. And there's seconds or minutes left over every day. And if we was judging time perfectly, and what's the equation? If that's do their equations take this little thing into their facts? Do they include that little second, that little split second that's left over in their equations? Or do they put down that basic, it's 24 hours in a day, 30 seconds in a minute, and 30 minutes in an hour? Is that or 60 minutes in an hour? Is that how they judge it, by those precise numbers, or do they put that little seconds that's left over? I don't know. I've never written a mathematical equation that explains light movement and gravity and all of that stuff. We just take it for granted that they know what the fuck they talking about, right? We just take it for granted. And I'm saying you taking it for granted, but what if they're lying? What if every fucking thing, just like he says, what if, maybe, if. Could it? You see, this is how they do it. They come up with the idea first, then they try to prove the idea. They come up with the concept first, then they try to prove it. They don't come up with the formula and then try to prove the formula through a concept. No, they try to come up with a concept, then try to prove the concept has basis in reality, and by using a mathematical equation. But who's to say that your mathematical equation has the right numbers plugged into it from the jump street? We don't watch these guys plug these numbers in and do the equations. We just take it for granted that they're telling us the truth because they're scholars. So I'm just saying, don't believe anybody. Don't trust anybody. Yeah, see, he's pushing his book. He's pushing his book. He got Joe reading it. He got all that. Well, let me see what time it is. Let me see. 42. Let me go back to the beginning. I want y'all to hear what he says. This is why I wasn't going to use him, because he was talking about consciousness. But then he went into space and quantum mechanics and all of that stuff. And it fascinates me because I'm trying to, when I watch this stuff, I'm trying to find, how can I create a character out of this? How can I turn that into a story? This is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for little nuggets of information that I can use to create energy forces, to create characters with, power abilities, all types of things. Maybe I could create some kind of a godlike character. So this is what I'm trying to use. All of this intelligent shit, I don't know, understand it, but if he explains it good enough, I could gain some kind of a grasp and be able to explain enough of it so that I can create a character. I don't need to know it all. I just need to know enough to make it sound legit. That's it. See, he just started talking about cosmology and all of that. That's out of space. So that's what that physics shit. They deal with all of it. They deal with the macro. That's the big stuff out in space, and the micro, or the quantum mechanics, that real small shit. So I got something called quantum steel. Quantum steel, man. I'm telling you, I've been working on that for my stories and all of that, man. I'm telling you, I got so much stuff to show you guys. I'm telling you, just stick with me. I'm gonna get it in gear. I'm trying to do so much at once, trying to stay relevant and get hooked up with EVS and Dan and all of these guys. And so I'm trying to stay relevant there and putting time in there, and then seeing how I can put all of these old TV shows and cartoons and everything into my streaming or into my DVD movie video making. So everything is coming your way. Everything is coming your way. Just be patient with me. I'm gonna be right here with you. Hold on. Let me see what's going on. I see some stuff in my chat. Let me pull it to the big. Okay, Hoff, my man Hoff. Oh, there's no sound. There's no sound. Okay. I've got to check that again. Sorry, damn. I've been going for a long time, haven't I? I need to check with you guys. I'm not used to having so many people in my chat. Yo, I'm used to having no audio. Joe Rogan from Joe Rogan. Okay, damn. I got to do that whole thing over. Okay, all right. All right, so I'm glad I started over. It's cool. That's why I like to have somebody in here with me so that they can hit me right away, tap me on the shoulder, and say, "Hey," because I switched it out and I forgot to put back on the the audio, and I was going for a long time there, and I'm not used to checking because I'm used to having somebody, two people, and then I'm back in here. Two people, and they're usually in here with me. So let me send a link. Am I following you somewhere, John? I would ask you to come in here too, bro. if you got a Twitter account, I would bring you in here too, man. I could use somebody to help me out at times like this. But Hoff usually is my man, who helps me out when I'm in trouble like this. When I put myself in a sticky situation and I get myself all messed up. I'm sending you the link, Hoff. Let me see if notifications. I don't know if you're if you've been following me, John. Go to my profile and see who's following me. John. I don't know if you are under that name, but let me look you up. Let me look you up. I'm gonna see if I can look you up. Oh, did I send you the link? Yeah, I think I sent you the link, huh? So let me see. Get back to that. How's that? All that time. Wasted. Okay, let me see. Let's come back over here. I gotta set it up. Okay. Was that good? Let me know. Let me know before I keep going. Somebody say something. Somebody say something. John F76. Okay, John F76. Let me see if you're following me and you on Twitter or whatever. I'll send you the link too if you want to come up in here another time. All right, so I'll make sure. No problem, bro. But is the sound back? I did run that sound, so let me know if the sound's back. But next time I'll put you on, and definitely if we do the how could I forget it? I was just talking about it. I didn't forget it. It's on the tip of my tongue. It's playing games with me. So yeah, if we do the cracker stream with Blah, blah, blah. It's right on the tip of my tongue. But if we do that stream, I wouldn't mind having you there, man, just to have my back. Sit there and laugh. That's all. Just sit there and laugh at them fools. That's all. If these Peggies want to come in to one of my streams, I'll bring them on here and we spend the time showing them what black youth used to have to go through with the dozens. There it goes. The dozens. I knew it was a D or a G. The dozens. All right, let me see. No, I don't have it playing right now. Let me play it again. Let me see. All right, is it playing now? Is it doing it now? Yeah, can you hear me off?
Hey, yeah, I can hear you.
What about the stream?
No, I still can't hear the guy, the scientist.
All right, let me stop it. You're right. Okay, let me get that back. Let me get that back. Share that. Let me see if I might have to do another example. What about that?
No.
Okay.
I can't.
Okay, hold on. I think I know what's the problem. I think it's my OBS. Yeah, it's my OBS. It's not getting any sound. Okay, it's not my OBS. I'm going direct. Okay. What I did is I got to go direct. I got to go direct. I'm using the wrong one. Go to the Chrome tab and find Joe Rogan. That's what it is. How's that?
I'm getting nothing so far.
Hold on. I think it should be right. I got the volume up. And I think I shared the volume. Hold on. Share one more time. Do it one more time again. One more time again. Sorry, people. But that's what happens when you go solo. Sometimes you don't get things right. And you create a situation for yourself. Okay.
Base.
How's that?
There we go. Perfect.
All
You got
right. We're in the house.
The thing about Gödel's theorem, you see, I used to have a colleague when I was at undergraduate, Ian Percival, who also became a scientist later on.
All right.
And we talked about...
Oops. My fault.
I heard about this Gödel.
How's that?
Good. Seemed to say that there were things in mathematics that you...
That's good?
Yep, perfect.
Okay, good. All right, back to the Zoom.
You just couldn't prove. And I didn't like that idea. But when I went to this course by Steen, and he explained what it really says. And what it says is, suppose you've got a method of proving things in mathematics. And when I say things, I mean things with numbers. The one famous example is Fermat's last theorem.
Now, remember, he said suppose. Now, you have to base everything off of suppose because this is all hypothetical.
There's the Goldbach conjecture, which isn't yet proved.
Conjecture that is not yet proven. Okay, but he's bringing it up. He's making sure to mention it.
An even number bigger than 2 is the sum of 2 prime numbers. That's the sort of example of the thing. It's just sort of mathematical things about numbers, which you can see what they mean, but it may be very difficult to see whether it's true or untrue.
Okay, let me listen to it. I'm going to listen to it again straight through. That way I'm going to shut up.
It says, suppose you've got a method of proving things in mathematics. And when I say things, I mean things with numbers. The one famous example is Fermat's last theorem. There's the Goldbach conjecture, which isn't yet proved, that every even number bigger than 2 is the sum of 2 prime numbers. That's the sort of example of the thing. It's just sort of mathematical things about numbers, which you can see what they mean, but it may be very difficult to see whether it's true or untrue. But the idea often is in mathematics, you've got a system of methods of proof. And the key thing about these methods of proof is that you can have a computer check whether you've done it right. So these rules, they could be adding A and B. It's the same as B and A and things like that.
Hold on. I got to say this. Computers, they only give you out what you put into them. So how do we know what the computer is giving out? If you program the computer, if you're using the computer to prove your theory or your equation, that means the computer has to understand your theory of light, your theory of matter, your theory of gravity, all of these little theories and equations that you've used to prove these other theories. That has to all be programmed into the computer. And it has to be done under what you determine what the facts are supposed to be. So now you're putting your these new equations in using a machine that might be basically flawed from the jump, and you're asking it to prove that what you're doing now is valid. That you're asking this computer to validate what you're doing now. But wouldn't that computer be flawed on its surface, especially if you're talking about space and outer space and quantum theory and all of this stuff? You're talking about stuff smaller, like quarks and all of these things that they come up with that's supposed to be smaller than an atom. How do you see these things? Where do y'all get it? He's not explaining any of it. He's not trying to go. He's only trying to give his little explanations just enough. He knows you're not going to understand any of it. This is a fact. That's one thing he knows absolutely sure, that you won't understand it. He has to explain it to you. So that means you have to take all of the other stuff that you do understand. Like if you're saying maybe and if, then what you're talking about is fantasy. He's not talking about reality. He's lying to you. He's bringing up a fantasy and then try to describe it in a way to make you believe that it's reality. That's what he's doing. And he's telling you, we don't understand, we don't know, maybe, if, all of these things. He's telling you right up front, we don't understand, but he's going to go on to explain to you the things that he don't understand.
Do you, if you give you say to the computer, say, here is a theorem like Goldbach conjecture, and you see whether it can be proved, and you say, maybe I got a proof, and this follows these steps, and you give it to the computer, and it says, yep, you've done it right, it's true. Or maybe it would say, you've done it right, and it's not true. Or it may not say anything, it might just go on forever. But these are the sort of outcomes. And the point about it is that if you believe that these procedures do give you a proof, in other words, that if the algorithm says, yeah, it's true.
Hold on, wait a second. He said, if you believe that the computer and the algorithm that it was given to this computer is giving you the facts, then you could go on to believe what you're saying is true, right? But what if the shit is flawed? Like, he's saying if the whole time. If you believe that the computer is telling you the truth, then you can. So then that doesn't matter what the fucking computer says, right? If you choose to believe it's true, you can make it up however you want to. That's what he just said. That's exactly what he just said.
Then you believe that it is true because you've understood all the rules. You looked at the that just go on forever. But these are the sort of outcomes. And the point about it is that if you believe that these procedures do give you a proof. In other words, that if the algorithm says, yeah, it's true, then you believe that it is true because you've understood all the rules. You looked at the first one and said, yeah, that's okay. You looked at the second one and said, yeah, I see. Okay, that's great. And you go all the way down. And as long as you're convinced all those rules work, then if it says yes, that's something you believe.
See? So if you believe, if the computer spit it all out and say, well, this is right, and this is right, and this is right, and this is right, or maybe it's close to being right, or whatever, and you choose to believe that the algorithm put out the right information, if you choose to believe that, then you have to believe that everything else is right. That's what he's saying. Then you have to believe that it's right. You have to believe if the calculations is right, you put it into the computer, and what the computer spits out is right. If you believe it, then everything is right. So everything, what he just said to me is whatever I want to believe is what I believe. And I have to believe that because I'm trusting my computer, but the computer is based on what you told it, the algorithm that you told it to perform under. You can't get out of a computer what you don't put into it. If you hooked up to a website, if people don't put the website stuff in there, you're not going to get anything out of it. Just like a video game, you're not going to get anything out of a video game that somebody didn't put into it. A computer is the same thing. If you never put any programs or anything on it, it's just a fucking hunk of electronics sitting up there on your desk burning electricity. That's all it's good for. So you're saying that you have to put information into the computer that correlates with everything that you know, that the way you understand it. What if everything you know and everything you understand is wrong?
Right. It's like a machine for confirmation bias.
Exactly. It's like going to it's like going, okay, I want to know where California is. And then I ask 5, 6 different people where California is. They go, I don't know, maybe in that direction. And I go, okay. I asked 5 people and they all say that I have to believe them because they should know they're right. So I'm just going to go in that direction. But you don't know if they're right. You have no clue. You don't know what information they have. You don't know if they're just trying to send you on a wild goose chase. There's no basis in fact to start off from. So how could you start then making conclusions on any level? And that's what these guys keep saying. They keep saying maybe, if, I do, and some of them say right out, we don't know. We don't know this. And then turn around and explain the things that they just said they don't know. Okay.
Now what Gödel shows is he constructs a very specific sentence, a statement, which is a number thing, like the Fermat's theorem or something, thing about numbers, which what he shows is if you trust this algorithm for proving mathematical things, then you can see by the way it's constructed that it's true.
See, why would you have to trust your algorithm? Don't you see any flaws in that statement right there alone? If you trust that algorithm, that means your algorithm isn't trustworthy. So that means your whole formula isn't trustworthy. Everything you do on that computer and that algorithm isn't trustworthy because you have to put faith in your algorithm that it's doing the right thing. And if you're not sure that it's doing the right thing, you're speculating. You're pulling shit out of your ass, literally. You're just making it up as you're going along. Yeah. They have no clue what they're saying. They're just saying, we know that you don't know. We know. I know for a fact that you don't know what I'm saying. That's what they depend on. I can't question what he's saying. And that's why Joe Rogan just lets it go on. He just lets him talk. And then he tries to speculate to make people think that he understands and that I'm intelligent, I can understand, but you don't understand a goddamn thing. You're just playing the role. You're just playing the role for this guy. And he's going, okay, Joe, go away. Have at it. Whatever you say, I'm going to agree to it because I know you don't know either. Whatever you say, yeah, I can put a little twist on it here and there and I'll be good. Because he knows nobody's going to understand what he's saying unless another scientist, and they all stick together. They all going to say the same things too. You're going to see this last guy said the same thing. The next guy is going to say the same thing. The guy after that's going to say the same thing. And if maybe, well, we believe it's not facts. It's what we believe. They emphasize that. They go, you know, what we believe, what we know. Well, we don't know, but what we know is, no, come on, you just, and they tend to say it just like that. Well, we don't actually know. See, the things happen like this, so we don't really know. But what we know is, wait a minute, slow your roll, son. So yeah, I don't listen to them. I hear them because, like I said, I love space. Always has since I was a little kid. Most men do. So hearing this stuff, and then when it finally hit me that they didn't really understand what they were saying, man, it was a depressing thing. But I said, fuck it, man. You can't, there's nothing you can do about it. Hey, I've got information from my stories and my characters. Hey, that's all I need. I don't need to know that. It's like when everybody proved that the WWE was fake. Oh, everybody's like, oh, shit, that's not true. That's not possible. Search your feelings. You know it to be true. It was crazy when they came out with that and started telling everybody that wrestling was fake. Professional wrestling was fake. Back in the 70s or 80s when that happened. And it was the funniest thing because the wrestlers would get mad and punch the knockout or put the reporters in the chokehold. All kinds of craziness. Oh, it's fake, huh? Come here. Yoke them up. Choke them out. And they had me dying. And then they finally said, yeah, it's fake. It's fake. So that's what this is like, man. Seeing all of your heroes go down in flames because you watch these guys for years and you love space. And now it's all fake, man. It's all fake. It's just window dressing and mirrors, smoke and mirrors.
But you can also see, by the way it's constructed, that it cannot be proved by this procedure.
You see?
Now, this was amazing to me because it tells me that, okay, you cannot formalize your understanding in a scheme which you could put on a computer. You see, this statement which Gödel comes up with is something you can see on the basis of the same understanding that allows you to trust the rules, that it's true, but that it's not actually derivable by the rules.
You see? He's saying the same thing that I said. You can't trust it on a computer. You can't trust the facts, so it can't be derived to be factual. That's what he just said. But this guy's coming up, but he still wants to try and push it. He's still going to try and push it.
You see it's true by virtue of your belief in the rules. And this to me was amazing. And I thought, golly, you know, what's understanding? What does it mean? Is it something following rules? Is it an algorithm? Well, this more or less says it's not an algorithm because whatever it was,
So what he's explaining to you is that this is how he came up with his idea of consciousness. So he comes up with the idea first, and then they try to prove it. This is what they do. They come up with some kind of rationale idea first. Hey, that's something. Hey, what's consciousness? Is it being that we can't prove this stuff? It's just all in your mind, and what we can prove, what we choose to believe. Hey, so consciousness, what is consciousness? And he starts coming up with all of these ideas. Then he has to come up with theories that he can actually use in a mathematical equation. He has to come up with all of these little things that can be documented and statisticalized, but put to statistics, right? Numbers. You need to have the numbers. You got to have your quantum equations and all of that stuff in order to prove your theory legitimate. And that's what he's saying. The computer's wrong, but even though it might be wrong, because I choose to believe it, my consciousness makes it real. And that's what he's going on to try and talk about now, how he came up with this theory of consciousness and all of that crap. When it's all bullshit, it's all shit. Like I said, it's pulled out of his ass, and he gets paid to pull the shit out of his ass time and time again.
That's what something that you can still see is true, even though you don't get it through the algorithm that you had in the first place. So this was a.
So how do you get if you're using the algorithm to prove that it's true? He says, but you can still see it's true. But then he just said that there's no way to prove it in this manner using a computer. But he says, but you can still see it's true. So it's what? How could you still see it's true if you can't gain the truth by using this algorithm? But he's insisting that it's still true. This is ridiculous. This is talking us in circles. He's talking us in a circle so that he can come out with the result that he wants, and that it works. Eureka! It's alive.
A lot of subtleties about this too, which people argue about endlessly. But it was pretty convincing to me that this shows that we don't think, when we understand something, that what's going on in our heads is not an algorithm. It's not following rules. It's something else. It's something that requires our conscious appreciation of what we're thinking about. And thinking is a conscious thing, and understanding is a conscious activity. So I formed the view that conscious activities, whatever they are, not just that kind of thing, but, you know, playing music or falling in love or whatever these things might be, are not computations. There's something else going on. And then I thought, because I like to think of myself as a scientist, and I think that what's going in our heads is according to the laws of physics, and these laws of physics.
I don't see where you get that from. How do you equate what's going on in our head? See, that's what another thing that they do is wrong, is everything is a scientific equation. It's not. Some shit just happens. You can't equate everything to a mathematical equation, and that's what they're trying to do. That's why they can't prove there's a God, because there's no numbers that they can pull out of their ass to equate God to something. You can't equate God to an earthbound analogy. So there's no numbers that they can pull out of their ass. But if all these other things, they can pull it out of their ass because they can equate it to an earthbound analogy. That's where they mess up. And that's why I said you can't trust them. You can't trust what they're saying. Not if you want the truth. If you're using their facts or whatever they're coming up with for facts, then you can't trust it. But if you just entertaining yourself, yeah, go for it.
Pretty good. They seem to work well in the outside world, and so I believe that the laws that work in our heads are the same as those laws. So I began to think about it. Well,
what did you just say?
Newton. I was a scientist, and I think that what's going in on our heads is according to the laws of physics, and these laws of physics pretty good. They seem to work well in the outside world, and so I believe that the laws that work in our heads are the same as those laws.
You see? Because the laws that they made up equate well to the things that they can see, they just automatically say it fits the stuff that we can't see, the stuff in my mind. They even go on to talk about what goes on in your synapses, that certain things exist inside your synapse. Synapse is just a space between neurons, and electricity goes on, and that's supposed to be information. And every time that spark goes off, so how do you know that that's whatever you call that shit? They're gonna go into that. some shit that he explained that shows up in these neurons, and they only witness it in corpses. So how do you know what caused that? What you're seeing between in those synapses? How do you know that that was actually there and existing and not just being caused by the sparks that ignites in there? How do you know that? But they go on to explain all of these different things, but they only can test it in dead people. How do you know what's going on in a live person's brain by testing a dead person's brain? How do you equate the two with no energy pulsing through it? And even if you pulse some energy through it, is it the same energy? Would it react the same way? You have no, but they go on to make all these these qualifications, all of these. Well, this must be right because we see this and we see that. Do you really see this and that?
So I began to think about it. Well, what about Newton's mechanics? Well, you could put that on a computer. What about Einstein's special relativity? You could do that. What about Maxwell's one?
Special relativity. It's a special relativity.
Wonderful equations which tell you how electricity and magnetism operate, and light and radio waves and all these things. That's all follows this beautiful set of equations that Maxwell produced. You can put that on a computer. Okay, you may have to worry about approximations and
you see what I'm saying? You have to put all of this stuff in there for the computer to have some kind of basis to go off of. You have to fill it up with all of your assessed calculations and what light speed means and all of these things. You have to give it that information for it to then do the calculations for you to test to see if you got it right. But your facts might be non-factual from the giddy up. And that's my problem. Everything he says, he's saying, we don't know. In my head, that's all I'm hearing. Because he's saying we don't have the facts because we can't trust the facts from our computer. Everything that we use in the computer to test our facts is wrong because the computer can't possibly understand what we're saying and get it right because it's dependent on us and our slipshot equations and evaluations. But we use this fact to prove our facts, and that's because the facts is facts.
And on continuous numbers rather than discrete things. But I didn't think that's the answer. Then I thought, what about general relativity, Einstein's theory of gravity with curved space and all that? Well, we're familiar now with LIGO, this detector which has detected black holes spiraling into each other from distant galaxy. And how do we know that those signals are black holes? Well, because of calculations. People have put this thing on an algorithm.
Hold on. I have to go back just a second. He says that he depends on this calculation
with curved space and all that. Well, we're familiar now with LIGO, this detector which has detected black holes spiraling into each other from
a detector. How would this detector be able to detect black holes spiraling into each other if it doesn't know what a black hole is? We don't know what a black hole is. Black holes are theoretical things. They're not something that actually exists. They see something in space and then they point to it and say, yeah, well, that must be a black hole. They said the same thing about dark energy. We see this. So, okay, they say that they can see dark matter because when you say if there's a star a certain distance out and dark matter comes between us and the star, you get this lensing effects. Like looking through the bottom of a glass or something like that. The light distorts. So if that's the fact, how the fuck do you know that that's dark matter and not some other phenomenon? But you're just pointing to it and saying, that's that dark matter. This is dark matter. This is dark energy. And this is how it responds. How do we know that that's not what a black hole is? You see what I'm saying? They just start labeling shit, but they don't have no clue of what it is. They're just saying that's what it is. Where's the basis in reality? It's all made up.
Yeah,
How do you know what's what?
it's like a faith, like they have faith in science or something. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like, I don't know. It's they're having faith in science.
It's
Or
like
something like
saying it's like saying Christianity and Buddhism. How do you know which one is the true faith, right? You're
Right.
both all going off the same shit. Nobody knows. How do we know that either one of them is the true faith? You know, how do we know there's not something else like Baptist or Mormonism or whatever else? See, they're pulling all of this shit out their ass. They don't know what's out there in the first place, but they're just labeling things as they see it. Oh, that's a nebula. How do we know that that's not a black hole? Hold on. This is a quasar. Hold on. Well, how do we know that that's not a black hole? You know what I'm saying? All of these phenomena that they see, and they just putting labels onto it. But how do you know what that is? Even if you are seeing it, but he says he's using some kind of detector. So is that a computer? And if you're using a computer that detects things, how the fuck does that computer know what a black hole is? When did you get a black hole and say, here, this is the properties of a black hole computer. Look for this. No, you're putting your theoretical ideas of what a black hole is. You're putting your mathematical equations of what a black hole is. You're putting this singularity, because that's what they call them. When gravity keeps going down and down and down to this point where they can't detect that number anymore or have that equation, it just keeps going infinitely down. So eventually they have to call that the singularity. That's what a singularity. How do you know? Maybe you got your equation wrong. Maybe you didn't have all the facts and it didn't equal out because you didn't have all the facts to begin with. So Einstein called it a singularity. So that's what they call it. Who knows what Einstein did? He did this shit back in the 40s. And so because Einstein, they believe he got it right. We're not going to throw that out. We're not going to throw the bathwater out with the baby. We're going to make sure we get it right. We got to keep all of that. But then they keep coming. They just, like I said, it's just like having a puzzle. You got the straight edge. We know what that is because that's the earthbound shit. Then you got the crooked edges on the inside. Well, we know this much about light. Let's plug that in here. We know this much about gravity. Let's plug that in because of Newton. So we know this much about time because of Einstein. Plug all of that in. And before you know it, all of these half-assed notions that Einstein, Newton, and this other motherfuckers come up with, they're basing their reality off of this half-assed notions that they've been holding on to. Who's to say that they were right? But before you know it, the more you build in towards the puzzle, in towards the center, everything becomes fake because everything is based off of fake.
Mm-hmm.
Only thing that you have in reality is the edge of the puzzle. But everything else on the inside has to be made up. It has to be. And then you agree that this piece can go here because our scientific community says close enough. We all agree. Let's put this piece there. You can say that it's curved with a slight slant there and it goes down and looks like this. And whoever comes after you, they have to fit your shit. And then they also have to fit the shit on the bottom that fits our straight edge. And that's what they do. So how many of these motherfuckers coming along, adding bullshit to the bullshit that was added before? You know what I mean? And that's what this is all about, man. I'm telling you, I don't believe a word these guys say anymore. It's really good stuff to listen to. It sounds really interesting. But know it. This is all WWE.
Well, the Queen of England tapped this guy on the shoulder with a sword. So
That's right. That's right.
I
And
believe
he talks like this. So
my esteemed
that's automatically a sign of authority. A sign of authority. Pow, respect my authority. I'm telling you, they say it. When somebody with a British accent talks, people tend to listen more. That's why you got all of these British, David Attenborough talking about chimps and stuff like that. All of these nature dudes coming out with their British accents talking, because it lends more credence to their story. You tend to want to, this is all psychology. Everything is psychology, and everybody's always trying to manipulate you psychologically. Everybody. When you have an argument with your girlfriend, that's power play.
Mhm.
That's her trying to gain an upper hand over you. She wants to take control of the remote. Yep, that's power play. That's all dominance between two individuals. When you and your friends come together, there's always going to be people who are going to be considered the stronger of the group, and those guys who are going to be the weaker of the group, because there's going to be those guys with powerful voices that step up and say, hey, this is the dynamics, man. And these people, they know nothing. And their dynamics is that they know for a fact that you don't. And they can say whatever they want. I'm just trying to show you. You don't have to know what they're saying. All you have to listen to is the bullshit in between. The ands, the ifs, the buts, the maybes. Yeah. That's not what a fact is. An and a but and an or a maybe is not fact.
We know that those signals are black hole spots. Well, because of calculations, people have put this thing on an algorithm.
We know that a black hole is a black hole because we put it on the algorithm, which he just said that you can't trust. He just said that shit. He just said that you can't trust the algorithm, but we put it on the algorithm. This is what I'm talking about. He's talking out of both sides of his ass.
And you know what those signals look like. So Einstein's general relativity, sure, you can put that on a computer. What about quantum mechanics?
You see, we can put that on a computer because we know that it's true. We know that it's true. You don't know that it's true. You're a liar. You have no clue. But this is a way for them to come across and say that you have to believe me because we know that it's true. That's not true. Is it true? That's not true. I forget which movie that's from. Is it true? Is it true? It's a bunch of kids asking somebody if it's true. It's a comedy. It's definitely a comedy. Is that true? Is it true? Is that true? Was it a black movie? It sounds familiar, man. I'm zeroing in on it. I'm gonna remember before the stream is over. Is that true? Is it true? I think it had something to do with Santa Claus.
Christmas Story?
No.
Bad News Bears?
No. I think it was a little black kid, so I think it was a black movie. Coming to America? Was it Coming to America? Was that true? Oh, no. I got it. Lethal Weapon. Lethal Weapon, when he's asking the little kids next to the fire truck, and they talk, and he's saying something, and the little kids, is that true? Is it true that police officers kill black kids? Is that true? Is that true? Is that true? Yeah, I knew I would remember. I got to get all of these little clips and put it in on my StreamYard.
Well, there's the famous equation of Schrodinger, which tells you how a quantum state evolves. You could put that on a computer too.
That's bullshit.
In many ways.
Schrodinger never believed in this shit. Schrodinger himself said he did not believe. I think he quit. I think the motherfucker quit. I have to look this up. And then we're going to call it quits. We're going to call it quits because I know I'm going to be here all day stopping and starting this video. So hold on. We're going to look up Schrodinger, man. gonna look up, because I know I saw the video about Schrodinger, and he said himself he didn't believe in this shit. He didn't believe in the shit. He couldn't believe that that it was so much bullshit. Okay. Hold on.
You could take a computer back in time into like the Columbus days, and when they thought the Earth was flat, and they could type in an algorithm to find out the properties of the moon, and they'd find out that the moon was flat because they put in the equation for what they thought. They thought the Earth was flat, so then therefore the computer would think that the moon was flat. So I hear you're saying about they only are working with what they know, which isn't enough to find out what's true.
It's not possible that they could know any more. It's not possible that they could know what they say they know, because it's too far out the way. They're coming up with things that you can only conceive of if you choose to think a certain way. I'm trying to find I should have, but it would be too far back if I go through my history. So I'm just going to go through for the Schrodinger's cat on the top. I'm hoping that this is the one that I checked out before.
And there may be,
I'm going to.
like,
go ahead.
I was say there may be like certain like all new elements out in the far off galaxies that have insane properties that we don't know about. So
they don't talk about the properties that they talk about in our own solar system. Like they talk about they finding these planets around other stars, right? And they're saying we know what kind of planets they are. We know this, we know that. But around our own solar system, we have the Oort cloud, which is a bunch of meteorites. So how do you know that what you're not looking at is a bunch of meteorites that's encasing another solar system? How do you know that it's a planet and not a bunch of meteorites?
Yeah.
When you're looking through, you're not just looking through their meteorite belt or their meteorite Oort cloud, you're looking through ours too. So you're looking through ours, you're looking through all of that shit in between. And not only that, they say that it's like 100 and something light years away. So that means it takes 100 and something light years for light to get to us. And that we're actually looking at something that happened when the light finally gets to us. If you could stop and take a picture of that light frame, that light frame would show you an image from 100 million billion years ago, because it took that long for that frame of light to come to us. So how do you know what happened to that frame of light on that path here? How do you know what you're looking at? We don't even know if this thing that they're talking about even exists anymore. But they're saying it as if they just saw it yesterday. I just was there yesterday. How can it? I just saw it. I just talked to it yesterday. Come on, man. You haven't seen the whole premise of everything they say is never based on what they're talking about at that time. I mean, or the things that they said in the past. It's always what they're talking about right at that moment. So they don't take into consideration the things that they say, like, oh, it takes that long for that light to get us. So how do I know what I'm looking at? How do I know what distortions happen to that light on that 100 million year trip through space? That light can be affected by gravity and black holes and dark energy and dark matter. How do I know what you're talking about is factual when you can't possibly know what happened to that light? This is an impossibility, and that no astrophysicist can argue with me. There's no way he can say he understands what happened to that light on its way here. That's a fact that nobody can argue. And as long as I can say that, then I got your ass. There's no way you can explain that to me. And I guarantee there won't be a physicist in the world that would come on one of my streams to argue this point with me. I'm not going to sit there like Joe Rogan. I won't. I'm going to ask questions, and I'm going to box him in. And then I'm going to ask him the important question. I'm going to do like a lawyer. I'm going to ask you all of these questions to box your ass in. And then when I got you in Schrodinger's box, in this box in Schrodinger's cat, once I got your ass in there, I'm gonna ask you some questions, and those questions is gonna show you for the fake that you are. I'm gonna put you in this box here with Schrodinger. I would put you in this box here with Schrodinger's cat, and then I'm going to ask you some questions. And if you don't answer them right, I'm going to release this fucking nuclear waste on your ass. But this is what we're talking about here. Schrodinger's cat.
Austrian physicist Erwin Schrödinger is one of the founders of quantum mechanics, but he's most famous for something.
One of the founders, one of the first people to come up with the concept of quantum mechanics. Now, if this motherfucker at the end says that he left the profession because his theory of this Schrodinger's cat crap fell on its face in his mind, then what's that to say about the whole profession of quantum, or the whole science of quantum mechanics?
He never actually did, a thought experiment involving a cat. He imagined taking a cat and placing it in a sealed box with a device that had a 50% chance of killing the cat in the next hour. At the end of that hour, he asked, "What is the state of the cat?"
Dead motherfucker. Dead motherfucker. If he's supposed to be dead in an hour, what state of life could that cat possibly be holding on to? Even if it's still alive, what kind of life could it possibly be holding on to? It's got to be all kinds of fucked up, irradiated, and just barely be able, it won't even be able to meow at your ass. That's how fucked up. If they know that it kills you within an hour, and then they wait for that hour to be up before they check on you, what's the chances of your ass being alive? And then to determine that you're alive and dead at the same time because man hasn't witnessed it?
Common sense suggests that the cat is either alive or dead. But Schrödinger pointed out that according to quantum physics, at the instant before the box is opened, the cat is equal parts alive and dead at the same time.
Meaning that if a man hasn't witnessed it, if mankind has not witnessed it, then it's not true. It's not a fact. It doesn't become real until mankind witnesses it. And this is that whole same thing with a tree falling in the forest. It's the same question. If a tree falls in the forest and a man is not there and someone is not there to hear it, does it make a sound? Of course it does. What about all of the other creatures? What about the other trees that tree is going to hit? What about the earth that it's going to fall onto? Come on. Of course it's going to make a noise. Of course.
It's only when the box is opened that we see a single definite state. Until then, the cat is a blur of probability, half one thing and half the other.
No, it's all
This
dead.
seems absurd.
It's all fucked up. It's all fucked up and all dead because it's going to be dead. It's either going to be dead within the next second or it's just barely hanging on to that life, which I said, which is no life. It's mostly dead. You can't bring it back from that state of where it is. From the moment, tell you the truth, it probably was dead within the first couple of minutes because it already was irradiated enough to carry it to its death. So even if you would have pulled out either the cat or that irradiated particle, that cat would still be on its way to death. So as far as I'm concerned, it's dead, motherfucker. It's dead. It's dead.
Which was Schrodinger's point. He found quantum physics so philosophically disturbing that he abandoned the theory he had helped make and
You
turned
see?
to writing about biology.
You see?
As absurd as
And
may
it wasn't
seem,
even
though,
to the end of the video yet. It wasn't even to the end of the video. I ran my mouth. I'm going to shut up.
So philosophically disturbing that he abandoned boxes opened that we see a single definite state. Until then, the cat is a blur of probability, half one thing and half the other. This seems absurd, which was Schrodinger's point. He found quantum physics so philosophically disturbing that he abandoned the theory he had helped make and turned to writing about biology. As absurd as it may seem, though, Schrodinger's cat is very real. In fact, it's essential. If it weren't possible for quantum objects to be in two states at once, the computer you're using to watch this couldn't exist.
Really?
The quantum phenomenon of superposition is a consequence of the dual particle and wave nature of everything. In order for an object to have a wavelength, it must extend over some region.
They're talking about the zeros and ones of calculations in the computer. I don't think that that's the same thing. I think it's one of those earthbound analogies that they make to prove their point. They can't do it on a quantum level because they've probably never seen a quantum particle. They've probably never seen a quantum particle. So they're trying to use something that they have seen that they can say operates in a certain way and equate the two. It's just bullshit.
Of space, which means it occupies many positions at the same time. The wavelength of an object limited to a small region of space can't be perfectly defined, though. So it exists in many different wavelengths at the same time.
How do you know this?
We don't see these wave properties for everyday objects because the wavelength decreases as the momentum increases, and a cat is relatively big and heavy. If we took a single atom and blew it up to the size of the...
Have they ever seen a single atom? And they're talking about stuff quantum, smaller than atoms, like quarks and all of this other crap. So if you've never seen an atom, which I don't know they have or they haven't, I have to look it up. But again, who's going to tell you that? I would love to ask a scientist. Have y'all ever seen an atom? Have you ever seen the nucleus? Have you ever seen the electrons and the neutrons? Have y'all ever seen all of these things? Or is this just statistics, numbers, quantum theories, mathematical equations that says there has to be a positive and a negative and all of this and a nucleus? Is this all mathematics, or is it really something that you witnessed with your own eyes? And they don't tell us this. I don't know. Like I said, I'm a dummy. I have no clue what this stuff means on in reality, because it doesn't have anything that I could use it for. What can I use it for besides telling stories?
Solar system. The wavelength of a cat running from a physicist would be as small as an atom within that solar system. Wavelength of a cat running from a physicist would be as small as an atom within that solar system.
You see, you see how they make they equate something that you can grasp, like a cat running, to an atom which you don't know anything about besides what they tell you. You have no way of seeing an atom, and I don't think that they do either.
From a physicist would be as small as an atom within that solar system. That's far too small to detect, so we'll never see wave behavior from a cat. A tiny particle like an electron, though, can show dramatic evidence of its dual nature.
Hold on, he just said, whoa. He just said something about not being able to see, right?
Momentum increases, and a cat is relatively big and heavy. Same time. We don't see these wave properties for everyday objects because the wavelength decreases as the momentum increases, and a cat is relatively big and heavy. If we took a single atom and blew it up to the
Okay,
size
I'm
of the
gonna
solar
go
system,
back one more
the
time
wavelength
because,
of
like
a
I said,
cat
I'm
running from a
stupid.
physicist,
I'm
it
stupid.
must extend over
So I just need to know exactly what they're talking about.
some region of space, which means it occupies many positions at the same time. The wavelength of an object limited to a
Wavelengths?
small region. It occupies many positions. Object to have a wavelength, it must extend over some region of space.
An object.
Particle and wave nature of everything. In order for an object to have a wavelength, it must extend over some region of space, which means it occupies many positions at the same time. The wavelength of an object limited to a small region of space can't be perfectly defined.
They're talking about particles. It has to be talking about particles because, like he's explaining now, they can't equate the large particles with the small. So when it gets to be too big, it changes its responses. So it's not the same thing. That's what I think he just said. As far as this part here, when the cat gets to be certain size, then they can't see it the same way. It loses the wavelength.
Though, so it exists in many different wavelengths at the same time. We don't see these wave properties for everyday objects because the wavelength decreases as the momentum increases.
Yeah, that's what
and
he's
a
saying.
cat is relatively big and heavy. If we took a single atom and blew it up to the size of the solar system, the wavelength of a cat running from a physicist would be as small as an atom within that solar system.
So as far as I'm grasping right here, he's saying, even though he says it decreases as it gets smaller. So if you blew it up, why would you be able to, hold on, if you blew it up to the size of a solar system? You see what the confusion is coming in because he says as it gets bigger, it gets the wavelengths get smaller. So if you blow it up bigger, wouldn't the wavelength get smaller and you wouldn't be able to see it? So he's talking about blowing it up to the size of a solar system or a star, then it would become practically not the way that I'm hearing him explain it. And now he's trying to equate what he's explaining by blowing it up. You see the confusion, where the confusion in my mind is coming from. He's saying that by having a cat at the size that a cat is, it decreases the wavelength properties. So by increasing the wavelength property to the size of a solar system is confusing to me. It's maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm not hearing something right or something. Maybe I don't know. But if you're now blowing it up, you're basically saying, in order to see this, how big would that cat have to be? It would have to be a hell of a lot bigger. You're talking about the size of a universe, because he says as it gets bigger, this thing decreases. So now he's blowing this up, not to the size of a cat, but the size of a solar system in order to see it. And he's equating it to the size of a cat. I don't get, this is where I'm getting lost.
Me too.
Far too small to detect, so we'll never see wave behavior from a cat. A tiny particle like an electron, though, can show dramatic evidence of its dual nature. If we shoot electrons one at a time at a
And how do you all do that? How do you all shoot? Where do you get electrons from? How do you fire them? How do you see them? How tiny are these particles? Can you hold it in your hand and see it with the naked eye? Or do you need a microscope, an electron microscope? Do you need some kind of special tool? Or is this all theory? This is what I'm saying. And these are legitimate questions. I'm not doubting what he's saying. I'm asking a legitimate question. And this is what I would do. I wouldn't let none of these brain motherfuckers take my power and just give it to them. Well, you have the degrees, so I guess I don't know what to do but to accept everything you say as gospel. No, I'm going to ask these questions because my brain does function properly, even though I smoke blunts. So, yeah, I'm going to ask the right questions, man. What are you talking about? How? Why? What? Where? And all of these good questions, man.
Of two narrow slits cut in a barrier.
And if you can't answer them, then you're full of shit. because you can't prove to me that the electron is doing this unless you can tell me that you actually can witness an electron doing this. What they do is they put some filament here, and then once they shoot these electrons here, they get a pattern, and they just assume that it's one particle being shot through here is going through both holes at the same time and creating patterns on both sides. This is what they're saying. But how do you know that's what's happening? How do you know that that's what is happening when you're not seeing this process going through the holes? You're just saying, well, we see these particles on this side of the paper and on this side of the paper, so it makes sense that we shoot one particle and it's going through both holes. How do you know that? How do you know that you're shooting it right here and it's not slamming up against here and the momentum is dragging the dust through these holes and depositing it on top of here? From the particles that's left over from the smash against this central unit here. How do you know that?
Looks like Pong.
Yeah. You see, how do we know where they get these ideas from? We don't know where they're pulling it out of. I know their ass. We don't know where they're getting it. They're just telling you that this is how it is.
Each electron on the far side is detected at a single place at a specific instant, like a particle. But if you repeat this experiment many times, keeping track of all the individual detections, you'll see them trace out a pattern that's characteristic of wave behavior, a set of stripes, regions with many electrons separated by regions where there are none at all. Block one of the slits and the stripes go away. This shows that the pattern is a result of each electron going through both slits at the same time. A single electron isn't choosing to go left or right.
Okay, so then why was there three
simultaneously?
Why was there three stripes?
Superposition of states also leads to modern technology. An electron near the nucleus of an atom exists in a spread-out wave-like or technology.
Hold on, baby.
This super to go left or right, but a single electron is an electron by regions.
Where's all these three stripes come from? Look at the three.
Experiment many times, keeping track.
Look at the three patterns right here. There's a stripe up here. There's a stripe in the middle where this barrier is. And there's a stripe here. And he's talking about wave this and wave that, but he didn't explain where this center pattern comes from. Okay, I can see it going over here to this far left one. And I can see it going down here to this far right one, or the far bottom one to the far top. Where'd this middle shit come from? You tell me it's going in here and bouncing around and depositing on the middle. So how do we know that it's not doing that neither? Just because you cover one slit? How do we know that there's something else not happening? How do we know what's going on there? How do we know that it's not passing through here, smacking this thing and going through the center panel, splitting into three and just going smack, smack, smack? It's breaking into three separate. And who says it's breaking into three? It's breaking up on this central one and just depositing on those separate areas. And because the first ones, hey, here's another theory. Because the first ones landed here, maybe it's drawing the others to it. How do I know that? How do I know what's going on? I have to listen to what you have, and maybe you didn't choose to think the way that I'm thinking. Or maybe this way fits your narrative better than the way I'm thinking, because they're not saying anything, proving anything negative to what I'm saying.
You'll see them trace out a pattern that's characteristic, isn't choosing to go left or right, but left and right simultaneously. This superposition of states also leads to modern technology.
By firing one
electron near
firing one electron, they shoot out in two separate. Why does that happen? He's not explaining why that might happen. He just says this is what we witnessed and this is how it is. How do you know that you're firing only one electron? How do you know that this electron isn't based in duality and it's on its own? How do we know what the fuck is going on? We're just taking this man's word for what he's saying.
the nucleus of an atom exists in a spread-out wave-like orbit. Bring two atoms close together, and the electrons don't need to choose just one atom, but are shared between them. This is how some chemical bonds form. An electron in a molecule isn't on just atoms.
Is that how some chemical bonds are formed? Or did they just form some chemical bonds and then this is their way of explaining it? Did they witness this happen so that they could say, hey, we put these chemical bonds, this is how it happens? Or did they just make some chemicals and explain it in this fashion? Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Did they come up with this first and then they created the chemical bonds? Or did they come up with the chemical bonds and explain it by using this? There's a difference. There's a difference. One says that they came up with this first and they fully understand what they're talking about, which led them to be able to create the chemical bond. The other way says that they just stumbled on some shit and then they just made up some shit to explain it. That's what I'm saying.
Atom A or atom B, but A plus B. As you add more atoms, the electrons spread out more, shared between vast numbers of
atoms just multiply on its own. Just because you throw another atom in there, the electrons will say, hey, baby, I want to be down with what you're going through. I want to be down. Want to be down with you. I'm telling you, that's what they're saying, that they just split off and say, hey, I'm not coming with the man I came with. I'm coming with all of you. I'm leaving with all y'all motherfuckers. So these electrons are a bunch of hoes. These electrons are a bunch of hoes because they want to split off and get with everybody. Oh man, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Atoms at the same time. The electrons in a solid aren't bound to a particular atom, but shared among all of them, extending over a large range of space. This gigantic superposition of states determines the ways gigantic
I was talking again,
them,
running my mouth.
Numbers of atoms.
That's
atom
me.
B.
Can't stop you, Hoff. I can't stop you. You're always running your mouth.
As you add more atoms, the electrons spread out more, shared between vast numbers of atoms at the same time.
Hold on, I missed it.
The electrons in a more shared between vast numbers of isn't on just atom A or atom B, but A plus B. As you add more atoms, the electrons spread out more, shared between vast numbers of atoms at the same time. The electrons in a solid aren't bound to a particular atom, but shared among all of them.
Water molecule. Water molecule. They hoeing it up in water molecules. They're hoeing it up like a motherfucker in the water molecules, man. These H's and these O's, they're getting it in. They're getting it in. But solids don't do that. They pimp that hoe out and share her.
H to the O.
This gigantic
H to the O. H to the Izzo.
The ways electrons move through the material, whether it's a conductor or an insulator or a semiconductor. Understanding how electrons are shared among atoms allows us to precisely control the properties of semiconductor materials like silicon. Combining different semiconductors in the right way allows us to make transistors on a tiny scale.
Okay, so now I don't know what the fuck they talking about.
Those chips
they losing me here.
Electrons power the computer you're using to watch this video.
You see?
An old joke.
You see how they're equating it? They saying that because they put all of these little things in here, this is what make your... That's not quantum. That's not quantum. Come on. Is it quantum? It's electricity running through circuits, man. Is it really quantum physics that's going on, or is it just capacitors and different electronics that make this thing work and do what it does? Come on, they're just trying to make it sound like it's some quantum physics. Is it, or is that just how they explain it? Is it truly quantum physics, or is that just how they're choosing to explain it? Is it just capacitors and different electronics put together? Because you got to remember, They had big ass rooms filled with these big machines. They didn't have all of these little capacitors and all of these little things that he's saying that they had. There was these big ass diodes and these big ass bulbs and all of these huge ass shit. And it took a whole room to run one computer. And if it took a powerful computer, they needed a daggone installation to house all of these. A school had a small computer, and that consisted of like 5 to 10 of these huge refrigerator-sized components. So now that they shrunk it down, they're trying to say that we've made it into quantum physics. Really? Really? Or is it just doing the same thing that them big ass shits was doing? And y'all choosing to explain it this way. Come on, man. Stop trying to insult my intelligence.
Allows us to precisely control the properties of semiconductor materials like silicon.
So you're telling me you telling me that are they just using silicon and silicon takes up all of these properties? Or are they using not microscopic, electronic, atom-sized materials to create this semiconductor? Because that's what it sounds like he's trying to say to me. We're using these electrons and these atoms and everything, when all it is, they're using materials that they're using silicon and they're using metal and they're using different materials like maybe gold or different types of coppers and different materials to create these panels that do the work that we determine on a quantum level do these things. Are they just explaining the way they choose to make it sound more complicated than it is? Or did they just put some metal and silicon together and put it in a computer and that's how it works? But they choosing to say, well, on a quantum theoretical level, this is taking the atoms from this and it's doing this to the electrons and they're smashing it this way and doing it that way. Come on, man. They don't have a clue. They don't have a clue. This is just the way they're choosing to explain it to make them look good. We're scientists. We can't say that we just threw a hunk of shit together and selling it for $10,000 or selling it for $1,000. They can't say that they put a piece of plastic with a piece of metal, because then it doesn't sound as good. Maybe you wondering why you spending $1,000 for your computer. No, we come with all of these highfalutin terminologies to make it seem like we're more intelligent, but no, we just stumbled onto some shit. That's what computer is. We stumbled onto something. Most things we create, we stumbled onto it. Plastic, stumbled onto it. Most of the things we so-called invent, we accidentally tripped over it, bust our lip on it, and then we said, hey, look what I found, or look what I made.
Different semiconductors in the right way allows us to make transistors on a tiny scale, millions on a single computer chip. Those chips and their spread out electrons power the computer.
Spread out electrons. Those chips and their spread out electrons. No, it's the chip that you made. It's the semiconductors that you made. You didn't do shit with the electrons. You didn't do shit with the electrons. They're trying to make it sound like they went in and they did something on some quantum level, that they actually went in with these super huge microscopes and with these little tiny ass tweezers, and they actually put shit together. That's what they're trying to make it sound like. They actually put each electron in its place in order to create this fantastic machine that does all these fantastic calculations and all of this. No, all they did was put plastic, put a couple of metal pieces embedded in a sheet of plastic and call it a board and put it in your computer and do what they did. Come on. Stop trying to make us sound like we're so great. We're not that great. We stumbled onto it. Okay, we figured out how to make it work better. Yeah, but we didn't really do much, because in reality, the plastic, you got all kinds of runoff when you make plastic. It goes into the water supply, goes into the dirt, goes into it. So we fucking up our planet with it. All of the shit that we use to create these things, there's some kind of spill off that creates stuff that we can't use. When we take oil and we burn it in gas, there's stuff that goes out that we can't use, and it becomes waste product. There's waste product in everything we manufacture. Waste product. Now, there was a time when we didn't create waste product, except for what came out of our ass. That was the only thing. But when you cut down a tree, it falls to the ground, it rots, it goes back to the earth, grows something else, and you can keep continuing recycle. The shit that we create goes into the earth, stays there, and just that's it. Even people, we're in caskets now with all kinds of chemicals pumped into our system to keep us from rotting. We don't go back to the earth and like we used to at one point in time. I'm not saying anything, but I'm just saying, hey, for all of these clean earth people, you're full of shit, because you're helping the problem too. Don't fucking talk about if you're using the computer, if you're using the phone, if you're eating, then you're contributing. Mm-hmm. If you're using anything, clothing, houses, look at all of the shit that they put on your house just to keep it insulated. All man-made materials, fabricated shit. There's spill off from that. There's waste product. And if you're living in a house, you're responsible for that waste product. So shut the fuck up. Don't point your fingers at people unless you're willing to live in a hut. Unless you're willing to live in a hut with no phone, no computers, no TVs, none of that shit, shut the fuck up, because you're helping the problem. So yeah, I think we're going to call it a wrap. I think I covered all my bases, pal. Yeah, man. Let me see what are we doing here. Let me see how much time we got. I think it's like well over 4 hours. Oh, only got 4.5 hours. Yeah, I think it was good too, man. I stayed on top of it. I think I stayed on top of my topics. I did lose some people though. So there was 5 people, and now there's 2. So that's cool. That means I did overstay my welcome just a little bit, just a little bit. And I misspelled this thing behind us. Is supposed to be stay with us. Please wait. You might wake up, but I put peas. Peas wait. So I'm talking buckwheat. Peas wait. Peas wait. You might wake up. I'm buckwheat. So I think I'm gonna leave it like that. I think I'm gonna leave it like that. And I'm gonna have some other things in here. I'm gonna use these tools that they gave us, and I'm gonna add some overlays. The overlays is what you can use to put in these little clips. You can use and put little clips of movies or video clips. And I'm going to have a lot of that. I'm going to have from Fridays, Shimon Craig. I'm going to have all of that in there. I'm going to be like, Shimon Peg, Shimon. If y'all want to play the dozens, come on. I'm going to create it. Just let me know in my DMs. It's open to y'all. Let me know, Peggies, and I'll hand it y'all when we get there. For all you Peggies and y'all turncoats that turned on Comicsgate, yeah, we know how to handle y'all. Come on, bring it to a warrior. Let's see how strong is your war campaign. Let's see how strong it is. Let's go up against a man who knows about the dozens, who's not going to fold because you call me a name. I'm not going to cry because you called me a name. I'm not going to quit my stream because you accused me of being an SJW. Come on, Shimon Craig. We ready. We ready for y'all. We ready. All bring the Peggies and the Peglets, and we'll handle you. Peg leg, Peg Master, Peg General, Peg Master General. Yeah, Peg Master General. Bring Roe. Bring Critty. I'm not Critius. Sorry, I'm getting my guys mixed up. Bring Testicle. Bring PC's twins. Bring all of those dudes, and we'll just have some guys here to laugh at you. That's what we're gonna have on our side. Just a couple of guys to laugh, and you can bring your 3 people, and you can tell your jokes, and we're gonna see who's funnier. That's all. Just a little fun, a little good-natured ribbing. And you can say all of that stuff y'all said to me on the other day on Twitter. Let's see how it floats in real life. Come on, Shimon Peg, Shimon. So let's get on up out of here. We're gonna leave y'all with the Matrix is real, people. It's the reality about our reality, and you just witnessed some. You witnessed war campaigns, weak ass campaign, and how they just attacking people for no good reason. A bunch of nobodies doing nothing but being idiots. So okay, let them be their idiots, but if you want to bring the war to me, remember who you're dealing with and remember the rules. If you don't want me to talk about it, don't bring it up. If you don't want me to talk about it, don't bring it up. Because if you bring it up, I let you get away the last time because you didn't know the rules. And it was Twitter. So come on, Shimon over here. Shimon, I'll explain you the rules and then I'll let you have it. Let me have it. Shimon, Craig. So come on. We're going to get out of here. We're going to say goodnight for the night. See if we can catch up with Frago, one of them, if they're still doing their stream. If not, we're just going to get to eat something or do something else, or maybe draw something, because I haven't drawn something in a couple of days. So I need to get to drawing. All right, people. I'm out of here. Till next week. We're going to be debunking a lot more of this stuff and see what else we're going to advertise and see if they answer the call to come to the dozens and see if they can hang. All right, people, we're out. Anything you got to say, Hoth Rebel? How's the Matrix Doctrine for you?
I'm waking up. Now is the perfect time to wake up.
Great time to wake up. Great time to wake up, people. All right, we're out of here. Deuces.